Question of Doubt. Commentary on the Arrest and Trial of John Wayne Gacy by John Wayne Gacy. John Gacy receives no compensation from the publication or sale of this book. First edition, 1993. Copyright, 1988-1993. John Wayne Gacy. All rights reserved, including the right of reproduction in whole or in part in any form. Produced independently by Mike Johnson and D.H. Naismith, with permission of J.W. Gacy, Myco Associates Ltd., Hannibal, Missouri. First printing. This book was written with the intent to show that there is always more than one side to a story. Whether that story is detailed over a backyard fence by neighbors in the form that is referred to as gossip, or if it is the slanted version of a war correspondent debasing the efforts of one country and hailing the valiant rightness of another, or if the story is the account of a trial in a courtroom of American justice. In the latter instance, the blur of the push and pull of counter-arguments of attorneys and the results of those arguments released to the public is too often only the collusive version of the police and the press. Much has been written about John Wayne Gacy, gregarious contractor and influential businessman, civic and community leader, politician, mass killer, news media monster. Yet not one of the authors of these articles and books has bothered to talk to John Wayne Gacy to ascertain what events took place during those critical 2 weeks prior to his arrest. Why and how it transpired that he was arrested on a drug charge, jailed and ultimately convicted of more murders than any person in the history of the United States. All that has been written since the initial surveillance on me, beginning on December 11th, 1978, has been drawn from the reports of the officers involved. A one-sided story. This is not an autobiography covering my entire life, but a detailed account of the nightmare I lived from December 11th, 1978 until March 13th, 1980. This is the history of the concoction of lies and calculated deceit created by the police and the news media. How both of these powers used me as a golden goose to satisfy their superiors and further their own professional ends. The goals of truth and justice were shamefully abandoned for the sake of ego and the sensational attention that my case provided them. Truth was ignored, or at best reshaped into half-truths. Half-truths were twisted into lies. Evidence favorable to me was discarded. The non-factual contrivances that these powers submitted to the public created the ghastly carnival atmosphere which surrounded the lengthy trial proceedings. This was done for the base purpose of embellishing their own anonymous lives via the center ring spotlight that they manipulated. The facts involving the deaths of 33 men and boys remain to be discovered, if indeed those facts are not too deeply buried. The overzealousness of the small community police who investigated me during the 10 days prior to my arrest allowed them assurance that I was their man. The only professional energy that they expended after that day was toward solidifying, with a non-professional fervor, the flimsy substance of a 10-day around-the-clock scrutiny of nearly my every move. Is this man, John Wayne Gacy, really the mass killer? Is the man behind bars, living each minute of each day in a squeezed cell in the death row unit of Illinois State Prison in Menard, Illinois? No prisoner appears as the normal conception of a man. That blandness is disallowed by the drab prison garb and is stripped further from a man when he is bejeweled with handcuffs linked to a waist chain which runs down to connect to a set of leg irons, and to that an imperfect haircut. The bloodless skin of a person who, for health and safety reasons, has seen less sunshine in 10 years than the average postman sees in a single July day, and the grim expression of a man who, when arrested, was afflicted with psychomotor epilepsy, syncope, a heart condition, colitis, hypoglycemia, and who was informed later by prison doctors that he had contracted a form of multiple sclerosis. There you have the shell of John Wayne Gacy. A Pulitzer Prize winner would not find it an easy task to describe this man unless he wished to wax creative to appease the expectations of a reading public which has come to believe him to be a man of monstrous dissymmetry. And the police photograph reproduced in the newspapers, he is unshaven, his eyes are puffed, and he is wearing a squint and a half-hearted smile above the placard with his identification number on it. With that picture and its caption, "Mass Murderer," as a backdrop, the characterization built in the public mind was sinister. Looking further into the same newspaper, I noticed another photo of a man in an out-of-town baseball uniform, standing at home plate in a major league ballpark. I spotted the word "home run" during my short glance at the caption. I knew then that he was a professional ball player, until I settled on the underlying print which corrected my impression. He was, in fact, a businessman who had hit a home run for a charitable organization. Thus, I was reminded how milieu and implication can mislead in identification. John Wayne Gacy stands 5 feet 9 inches, a portly 210 pounds. His hair is dark, with a grayed rim and a salt and pepper full beard. His strong appearance is deceptive. He now has to drag his right foot along because of the degeneration of the nerves and muscles in that leg. The skin hangs loose on the bones from spending the greater portion of 10 years on the low cot in his cell, standing only for toilet reasons or to visit the prison doctor, whose office is within 100 feet of the cell. In the morning he may take a shower on any day except Sunday or a holiday. It is 25 feet from his cell. He does not appear atrophied, but he does not look healthy. His primary pleasures are a few cigars a day, his correspondence with a few dozen pen pals, and his oil painting which finances his other pleasures. He has bright eyes that are not whimsical, not bitter. His eyes are quick when he is talking about sports or his family, but the sullenness may return before you can blink. Common? Yes. He appears not definitely as a contractor or politician, nor as a community civic leader, nor a go-get-'em businessman. He is the guy who stands next to you at the supermart and nonchalantly asks, "Know where they keep the dog food?" He's the face that settled your check when you last ate at a restaurant. He's the same face that leans out of the street cleaning machine on your block. And yet, he is the man waiting to be strapped to a gurney with an IV of lethal injected drugs coursing through his system, who has never told his side of the story. This narrative will describe the numerous characters in a charade and the vital roles that each played. You will be escorted step by step from my first encounter with the Des Plaines police on December 12th, 1978, and the methods that were employed in hounding me every hour for the next 10 days. You will watch the arrest on a drug charge, the appearance before a judge on the 5th day, where I faced the first indictment. You are to meet my attorneys and hear the ensuing conversations, and you shall follow the testimony of witnesses and police and encounter the powerful prosecution attorneys. You can view for yourself the sly subtleties and the explosive language of the combatants for and against me, disclosure of the medical attention and lack of such, the destruction of my personal property, the maladministration of drugs by the jail's attendant doctors, the medical examiner's reports, the selection of a jury from out of town, interviews with psychiatrists, the effect of 101 witnesses, the evidence, the closing arguments, and finally, the verdict and the sentence. For reasons that do not matter, I have changed the names of several of the people involved. None of the words spoken during the time frame have been altered in this text. The quotes that I have cited are authentic. They may be found in the transcripts of the trial of the State of Illinois versus John Wayne Gacy, documents numbered 79-69 to 79-75, and 79-2378 to 79-2403. These are a matter of public record. Citations will be referenced to authors and/or publications. I have spent several years studying the thousands of pages of trial transcripts, the material that is germane to this writing. I have pored over the copies of public records and thoroughly reviewed my personal files so as to document accurately the information and the sources of that information. I have worked my way through the initial lapses of memory caused by alcohol and drug dependency, created by verified medical prescriptions, and the abuse of them and other drugs. These are the first words that John Gacy has spoken. This is my side of the story of the 34th victim. Prologue. The first tide of winter had begun her encroachment. The late fall of 1978 had been cold, and there was a leftover crust from the thick snow of the last storm. The climate was prematurely cold. Christmas was only 2 weeks away, and most people felt that this year they would wake to a white Christmas day. Norwood Park Township is an unincorporated area, a suburban fringe touching northwest Chicago, and is part of Cook County. It is a picturesque hamlet of well-kept homes in the $100,000 to $200,000 bracket. Norwood Park does not have the myriad problems that neighboring Chicago suffers. Drug abuse, rape, murder, robbery are not commonplace events, and when they do occur, they become a topic of concerned conversation. There is some small-time crime, and the citizens are not oblivious to its existence. But the alarm to carry a gun has never been sounded, and fear is not the status quo. It is a tranquil community of the professionally successful. Emerald green swards of lawn lie in neat geometric shapes, beautifying the approaches to the homes. Proud trees line most streets. It was at 8213 Summerdale, in one of the few houses with a circular driveway, that I lived with my mother. We had moved back here in 1971 just to get out of the city and to have a place of our own. At the time, I was contemplating going into business for myself and expected to need the extra space. Chicago had become a grubby city, and my mother did not feel safe there any longer. When we moved into the new home, I was working as chef and kitchen manager at Bruno's restaurant over in the west section of Chicago's famous Loop in the downtown district. It pleased me that the Chicago Blackhawk hockey team ate there and that I had developed a first-name relationship with most of the players. Often, at their request, I would whip up specially made dishes for them, items that were not on the menu. It followed that they would give me tickets to the home games as often as I wanted to go. But my goals were more ambitious than cooking and hockey games. For some reason, my goal had been a business of my own. I had been taking side jobs at wallpapering and painting in my free time, and was getting more than I could work into my schedule at Bruno's. In fact, my income from this freelance business, simply called PDM, for painting, decorating, and maintenance, had already surpassed my salary. So it was an easy decision to quit the restaurant and go full-time as a painting contractor. It was a struggle at the beginning. Bruno's words came back to me. "You're crazy. Chicago's got more contractors than customers already. You'll never make it out there. You'd better stay here with me." But success was my obsession. I was driven not by ambition, but by the memory of my father's scornful, belittling put-downs. "You stupid kid. You'll never amount to anything." Hard work and long hours were my answer to my father's jibes. I was a workaholic. My philosophy was that if a man was willing to sacrifice and work long hours with diligence and pride, there was no reason for the comfortable life to escape him. I had shown my father, before he died, that I could be a success, and I wished that he were alive now, so I could show him again. 16 to 18-hour days were the rule now, and I needed help to complete the jobs that I contracted. I hired younger, less experienced men to help, taught them the working end of the business and the rewards of honest labor. I impressed upon them the importance of establishing personal goals. My only requirements were a willingness to learn, courtesy to the customers, and sincerity about doing the job. I wanted to give them a confidence that my father had denied me. The business expanded from merely decorating into a small firm that specialized in all forms of home remodeling. Things were going very well. My customers were always pleased with the completed projects. In fact, almost all my work was garnered through referrals. I never advertised. There were no contracts. A handshake was sufficient. I made it a practice to be on the work site the final day to be certain that there was customer approval. No final payment was requested until the customer was satisfied. In 1975, after remodeling some business buildings and the stores of two of Chicago's largest ice cream emporiums, I moved up to larger, more creative work. The remodeling for PE Systems, a firm specializing in pharmacy design and construction and in pharmaceutical marketing. Although these were generally larger jobs than any in my experience, I picked it up quickly and soon became the vice president in charge of construction. In 3 years, I traveled over 150,000 miles for PE Systems. United Airlines gave me their red carpet plaque for traveling over 25,000 miles a year. When the Democratic committeemen were called upon for help by the Polish National Alliance, they came to me. Because of my pride in my Polish heritage, I was pleased to organize what turned out to be the largest Polish parade in Chicago's history. I returned to help with that event for the next 3 years. Then, with that experience, became the advisor to other ethnic parades for the city. In 1978, I assisted the Secret Service in working out the details for the appearance of Rosalind Carter at the Polish parade and reception. So often, there are negative consequences of success. My marriage of 3 years disintegrated because of the little time I devoted to it. The wife that I adored left, taking our 2 daughters, and I was heartbroken. I turned to drinking for late-hour companionship and to forget my loss. My nerves were getting shaky. Often I wasn't able to get to sleep when I did get to bed. I turned to prescription drugs to relax me for sleep, and others that would perk me up in the morning and provide an artificial energy for the day's work. Not knowing the harmful effects of Valium, I kept increasing its use as my workload increased. Instead of slowing down, I accelerated my pace. Becoming a Democratic precinct captain led to the position of secretary-treasurer of the Cook County Board for the township. Volunteering my services to the street commission, I helped with the snow plowing of the streets, street repair, and planting of trees on the city's grounds. I joined the Loyal Order of Moose and became a member of their clown club. As a clown, I visited hospitals twice a month, appearing in suburban parades, and enjoyed the delight of preschool children and the elderly in nursing homes. But my work was still my obsession. My compulsive nature wore away at me. More edgy now, I increased my intake both of Valium and, necessarily, the source of pharmaceutical energy in the form of Placidil and Preludin. I alternately raced and sagged with this roller coaster formula. In September of 1978, I left PE Systems and went into competition with them. Now, much of my work was subcontracted to my own PDM corporation, my baby firm and starting point. On the cold afternoon of December 11th, my Uncle Harold, whom I cared for very much, was in serious condition at Northwest Hospital in Chicago. The doctors told me that he had little chance of lasting through the night. I was emotionally numb. At 4:30 that afternoon, instead of staying with my beloved uncle, I left the hospital to check on some work that my crew had finished at a drugstore just 15 minutes away. After finishing the inspection at 5, I went to the Nissan pharmacy in Des Plaines, a store whose remodeling I had completed 2 years before, to discuss further work for the owner. That project was not one I cared to do or could afford to handle, since the man was a bad credit risk. But out of courtesy, I gave him an estimate. I returned to my office to check the mail and the answering machine. I looked for my appointment book because it contained my schedule for the rest of the evening and decided that I must have left it at Nissan's. When I went back to get it, the owner wanted to discuss the job proposition again because he thought he had found a way to cut some costs. At 8:45, I again returned to the office and cleared and reset the answering machine. One of the messages was from the family, asking me to go at once to the hospital. Uncle Harold was failing fast. I wondered what time the message had come in. I was in bad shape now and needed a nap, but it was out of the question. I was finally able to get back to the hospital at 11, and I went directly to Uncle Harold's room. Empty. I rushed to the nurse's station and was told that he had died an hour before. Irony. Habitually business motivated, I wasted on a customer I didn't want the final hours of the uncle who meant so much to me. I left the hospital for the family home with the image of Uncle Harold's room fresh in my mind. The empty bed ready for the next patient, the chemical odor, the tracelessness of his ever having been there. How swift and random is death. His house in Norwich was dark when I arrived. I didn't bother to ring the bell, but went next door where my cousin lived. I tried to console my aunt and had a bite to eat and a couple of stiff bracers. After an hour or so, the necessary talk about funeral arrangements had added to the family fatigue and the long day. Tired and sad, I waited until next morning to call my sister so that she could tell our mother that Harold was gone forever. Mom had a bad heart, so I reminded my sister to make the grievous words as soft as possible. That morning I sat in my office wishing that the death had not happened until after the holidays. It would put a damper on the forthcoming plans for the family. Christmas had been a bad time for me since 1969, when my father died on Christmas Day. I wondered if he had suffered pain at the end, or had departed peacefully. Going to the kitchen, I took my morning Valiums, 30 milligrams. This would be repeated 3 or 4 times during the day. I had built up an immunity over the years, and it was common to take 130 milligrams a day. If I got too relaxed, I would need 75 milligrams of Placidil or Preludin to get through the day. I cleared and reset the answering machine and sighed. Little did I know how I would remember this time. Not so much for the death of Uncle Harold, but that this night my life would be turned into an unending, unbelievable nightmare. Chapter 1. First Encounter. The early part of the night that started an incredible series of events was seemingly just as innocuous as any other. It was quitting time for most of the workers in the suburbs of Chicago, and I was glad to get out of the heavy traffic. As for my workday, this was merely a break in the action. I still had the evening to get through. I was afraid to take a nap. If I did fall asleep, I didn't think I would wake up until morning. My alarm clock couldn't be trusted to break through the stupor that I often experienced when I did get a stretch of sleep. The drugs had messed up my system to the point that either I couldn't sleep, no matter how tired I was, or else I'd fall into the Rip Van Winkle syndrome and wake up to find myself parked on the Kennedy Expressway, wondering where I had been and where I was supposed to be going. Some people think that when you have a construction company, the only rigor is to sit and count the money coming in. A big part of my time was spent with customers after their regular working day was done. I had established a personalized sort of service, and it was my trademark to keep in touch with the people both before and after the job. This was how I had been able to make the big money without the expenditures of advertising. They seemed to like my earnestness, and they told their friends. Yet there were times when drugs started negative thinking. That I mused that Bruno would have been right in suggesting that I stay at the restaurant. At least I would have had some leisure moments to enjoy whatever money I made. I threw a couple of slices of Polish ham and cheese between slices of rye bread and went over the answering machine for calls. Then I called my sister, as I had promised her that morning, to see how my mother had taken the news of Harold's passing. She was fragile, and I was worried about her reaction. The line was busy. I'd have to try again later. It was almost 9:30. I called the president of the lighting district to arrange to take some checks to him later that night to sign. Then I could take them to the district trustee to pay the bills. In the meantime, Mike Rossi, one of my workers, and I were planning to go out to cut down some Christmas trees for ourselves, as we had done in past years. Then I was dialing the phone to call a subcontractor when I noticed through the window 2 men coming to the back door. They were unknown to me in the dim spray of the driveway light. Their knock on the door brought my dog to life, barking his head off, as was his custom, in response to a knock at either door. Strange. If they had been employees, they would have used their key to get in. Most of my men had one. I opened the door and waited. The 2 men opened the storm door and identified themselves as police officers from the Plains, wanting to talk to me about a missing boy who worked at Neeson's drugstore. I hurried them inside so that my dog wouldn't sneak out and led them into the rec room. The bigger of the 2 men called himself Lieutenant Kosenchak, the quiet one, Pakel. The lieutenant asked me if I had been near the area of Nissan's the night before. I told him yes, that I had been in the store twice to discuss a remodeling proposal. The first time about 5, when I stayed 2 hours or so, and again at about 8, after I'd realized I'd left my appointment book there. He asked if I'd talked to any of the employees while I was there. I said no. Not that I remembered. Through the window, I saw Rossi talking to another man in the driveway. Kozenchak saw me notice them and said that it was another detective asking my worker a few questions. It seemed to me that the guy was unnecessarily keeping Rossi from coming in out of the cold. Why don't you let him come in? I wouldn't appreciate that kind of treatment if it were me. Would you? He told me in a tough voice that I would have to come with them to the station to make a written statement of my answers to his questions. By that time, I was getting indignant. I haven't got time to go down there and say the same thing. There's been a death in my family, and I have to call my sister to see how my mother is taking it. He insisted that I call her immediately. They would wait for me. I called and talked to my sister for about 10 minutes. By that time, Rossi had come into the house and was sitting at the bar, watching them nervously. When I finished, I told them, I will be more than glad to help the police any time and in any way I possibly can. But I wouldn't be of any help to you in this instance. I am busy, and I have family problems to take care of. I'm sorry, but I can't spare the time. Then I asked, What's the matter with you? Don't you have any respect for the dead? Insistently, he asked if I would come down to the station later. I can't promise. I don't know. I'll call you and let you know. He took a card out of his pocket and handed it to me, saying I could reach him at that number. They made their way to the door and left. They were coarse guys. Nothing friendly or even civil about them. I told Rossi that they were asking questions because of the disappearance of a kid who worked at Nissan's after I left there the night before. Rossi said they had just asked him what he was doing here and how well he knew me. and told him to stay outside until they said otherwise. I thought they had a lot of nerve. They were very rude and obnoxious. They didn't seem to be used to being denied anything, and their exasperation had been obvious on their faces. At my trial, these two officers told a different story of what took place that night. Trial transcripts, pages 502 to 576, Paquel. Paquel claimed that they had come to the front door, knocked on the door, and attempted to rouse somebody inside the house. We could see through the front door, which had a small window in it, and we could see the movement behind this window, because there was light behind whatever was causing this movement. We interpreted this to indicate somebody was inside, but not entering the front door. That was false. He was trying to make it look as if I was hiding or had something to conceal. When they said they knocked, they lied. Otherwise, why didn't the dog bark, like he did when they knocked at the back? Secondly, he claimed that he looked through the front door window. If you looked through the front door in the dark, the only thing you could see was a statue of a man in armor, some 14 feet from the door, with a dark, yellowing, black-lighted stained glass window behind it. Dim as the light was, the statue would stand out. Unless it came to life, they could have seen no movement. When they came to the back door, they could see through the same window I was looking out and perceive that I was on the phone. The front of the house always looked dark because we never used it. The dining room, which I used for an office, with the telephone, answering machine, and a good, comfortable chair, was in the back of the house. I always came into the house through the back door and went directly to the answering machine. After the detectives left, I was way behind on my schedule. I told Rossi about the errands I had to run, so instead of cutting down our Christmas trees this year, he should go to the tree lot on Cumberland and buy some trees. I would join him there if I could. Otherwise, he could come back and wait for me at the house. Then we could load materials into the truck for use the next day on the various jobs. Many times, late at night, new materials would come in. Keeping track of 5 different jobs at a time, I had to get materials on the job site in advance. Delays are costly. If I could get to the police station, I certainly would, but it didn't look like I would have time that night. I had only said I would try. While what they were doing was important, I didn't see how a written statement recounting what I had already told them would help solve their problem of the missing boy. Probably, I thought, it was some spaced-out teenager who took off for a warmer climate. Parents who think they know all about their children often don't have any idea what they're up to or into. In fact, it seems that they are the last to know when the kid's life gets discombobulated from drugs, and when adventurous ideas tell him that only in faraway places can he find his place in the sun. Of course, a kid missing is a serious thing and can't be taken lightly. The cops have job pressures on them just like I do. So I made up my mind to go down to talk to whoever it was they insisted I talk to, and give them what I could. I figured that they needed a documented amount of talking to as many witnesses as possible, in case there was more than a common runaway. It was after midnight when I finished my work, and I had an early appointment, and then a breakfast meeting at 7. I figured as soon as I got free I would go in. I would call Detective Kosinchek and give him a specific time. Generally, I ran a hectic day, trying to be at every job and taking care of any difficulty that came up. With a beeper on my hip and a telephone and 2-way radio in the car, there wasn't any time I was out of touch with the business. I carried blueprints of every job that was underway and some in the planning, along with bids, and there were extra power tools in the trunk. Outside of my laborers, the car and I were the business force. At about 10:30, I was at the Township Democratic headquarters, where I had just told a painter what had to be done. I called the Des Plaines police and talked to Kosenchak. Did he still want me to come in? Yes. Okay, I would come right over. Getting back into the car, I swallowed a couple of Valiums with the last of the coffee in a paper cup and headed for the station. At the desk, I asked for Lieutenant Kosenchak. It was a little after 11:30. Instead of Kosenchak, I was met by the quiet one, Pakel, who said that Kosenchak would be back shortly and that I should follow him. We went back to the detective bureau, sat down in a small interview room, and flashed over the same questions I had answered the night before. I didn't see the sense in my taking off from business only to come here and not find the man who was so insistent on seeing me. I was pissed off and told Pakel so. He offered me some coffee. I nodded and he came back with it and some paper. He asked me to put in writing everything I'd said. I snatched the paper from him and wrote out the whole thing. Later, the news media would call this my first confession. I will let you judge that. The following is the exact wording of that so-called confession. It is verifiable, being a matter of public record, as witness statement number 78-35203, given on December 13th, 1978, at 12:15 p.m. at the Des Plaines Police Department. I, John Gacy, am 36 years of age, and my address is 8213 Summerdale, Norwood Park, Illinois. On or about Saturday night, I received a phone call from Phil Torf of Nissan Pharmacy to stop by and see about remodeling work he's thinking of doing. I set up an appointment for 5:30 Monday. I arrived at about 5:30, met with Phil and Larry Torf. Larry stated that he did not want anything to do with the remodeling. Phil stated that he would walk me through the store. Before doing so, we wasted an hour talking about old times. I believe from time to time employees were standing around. I only had conversation with an employee in regards to if there was more shelving outside the rear of the store. He stated no. I was at the store approximately 5:30 to 7:15 p.m. I went home to clear the answering machine and have found that I left my book there. I went back to get it. I did have a conversation with an old employee named Linda, who was going to marry a guy named Dave when we remodeled back in 1976. I returned to the store at about 8 p.m. to pick up my book and talk and walked off the store again, and Phil was stocking shelves. The following is page 2 of the 2-page statement. I stayed until about 8:45 or 8:50 and went home until I received a phone call on the recorder that my uncle was dying. I then went to Northwest Hospital, arriving at about 11 p.m. 4th desk floor from there, I went to my aunt's home at 7300 Colum to discuss plans for the funeral and that I would be pallbearer. I at no time offer any employee a job, just joking with Phil since he stated that he wasn't making any money. Signed, John W. Gacy, PDM Contractors. After Pakel read this, he asked me to add something about the conversation I had with Phil Torf about proposed work. The following was added at the bottom of page 2. Part of my conversation with Phil was about my employee, and now I am down to just 2, but I will be hiring in the summer because we are always looking for good help. The pay is good, starting at $5 to $6 an hour. Signed, John W. Gacy. Before the last signature there was this typed sentence. I have read the 2 pages of this statement, and the facts contained therein are true and correct. Underneath my signature was typed, page 2 of 2 pages. How's that for a confession? The time on the completed statement read 12:15. It could not have taken more than a half hour to write. When I was done, Pakel asked me to wait. Lieutenant Kosinchak wanted to talk to me and would be back in a few minutes. I waited an hour and then told Pakel that I could not wait any longer, that I had a schedule to keep. All he kept saying was, "Well, he really wants to talk with you." I said I would wait a while longer, not pleased, but wanting to get it over with. Appointments had been set up, and customers were waiting for me. Another hour went by. Now, I told Pakel I couldn't wait another damn second. I had a business to run. I started for the door. Immediately, another officer in plain clothes got to the door first, almost as if it had been rehearsed. Pakel came up behind me, and while they didn't put their hands on me at this point, they were menacingly insistent that I stay until Kosinchak arrived. They iterated that he was on his way. Angrily, I said, "Hell, that's what you've been telling me for the last 2 hours. Please understand. My business falls apart if I'm away. I came in voluntarily, did what you asked, and now I got to go." My beeper had gone off twice, and I was getting anxious. Pakel said I could use the phone, so I started making calls, one after another, apologizing to people and informing them that I was tied up. Protectively, I also called my business attorney, the only kind with whom I had ever dealt with. Leroy Stevens wasn't in, but would return my call by 3:30. I felt that if I got away from the station by then, I could call him back and cancel. Otherwise, I would have him rushed down. Finally, at 2:45, Stevens called the station and asked to speak to me. I told him what was happening, and he asked to speak to the officer in charge. Pakel took the phone, and Stevens told him his client had been there long enough to legally charge me or release me. Pakel stated that only Assistant State's Attorney Sullivan could do that. He gave Stevens Sullivan's phone number, and Stevens told me he would get back to me directly. When he called, he said Sullivan's office was giving him the runaround, but that he would persist. It was now nearly 3:30, and no sign of Kosinchak, no call from Stevens. So I called him, and he told me Sullivan had ordered me held without charge until he could talk to me. Although Stevens had an imperative appointment, he would hustle down to the station to get this out of the way. Then I called the father of Raphael, my business partner, who was an attorney, and told him what was going on. He said that I should just walk out of there if there was no charge, pointing out that I was being illegally held, and that I should call him back if I needed him. Just then, Kosinchak walked in with another man, whom he introduced as Assistant State's Attorney Sullivan. After some conversation, they said they wanted the keys to my house. When I asked why, they said in a threatening manner that either I would give them the keys or they would break down the door and they wouldn't be responsible. I told them that I wanted to go with them, but they said I would have to stay there and wait until they came back. I asked to see a search warrant. They told me they didn't have to show me anything. I said I wasn't giving up my keys. Kosenchak yelled, "Then we will have to take them." He slammed me against the wall. "Empty your pockets on the table." I laid everything on the desk. Kosenchak took all the keys and told Tovar to lock me up. On the way to the cell, I asked what I was being charged with, and I wanted to call my lawyer. Tovar said he didn't know what I was being charged with, and he would have to get permission for the phone call. He was only following orders. That's the last I saw of Tovar. For my last phone call to Stevens, I expected him to arrive by 5. It was already 4, so I figured it wouldn't be much longer. I had a lot to tell him. The police had come to my house without showing me a search warrant. They had pushed me around. They had confiscated my property, my keys, without my permission. They were holding me without charge. Now, I was locked up in a cell. Time creeps by slowly in a cell. It was cold and damp. Only hard, cold steel to sit on. I had to piss and there was no toilet. I was thirsty and there was no water. Just a dirty steel box with a concrete floor and a 9 by 9 inch glass in an incongruously modern sliding door in lieu of bars. Finally, at 7:30, Kosenchak unlocked the door and told me to follow him to another room, where another officer took my fingerprints and 2 mugshots. These are the famous pictures that are always featured in the newspapers, magazines, quick buck books, anytime they run a story about me. Even now, years later. He introduced me to investigator Greg Bedeau from the sheriff's office and said they just had a few questions and I could go. Bedeau was holding the written statement that I had given earlier. Twice I asked if my attorney was there. He ignored me, gave me a Miranda reading, and started asking his questions. I asked if I was under arrest, and if so, what was the charge? He replied that there was none, and continued asking questions about my statement. I told him it was all there, and I had nothing to add. He asked me to sign a Miranda waiver, which of course I wouldn't do without my attorney's advice. It was now 8:30, and finally, Kosenchak went to see if my attorney had arrived. Stevens was there. Had been there since 5:30. He asked, "What's this all about?" Kosenchak told him they were questioning me about the disappearance of Robert Piest, but that I wasn't charged with anything. "Well then, John, you know you don't have to answer any more questions. We're going to leave." I was exhausted. Before I could stand up, Bedeau pushed the Miranda waiver in front of me and asked me to sign it. Stevens looked at it and said that since we were leaving, to go ahead and sign it, but that I had been mistreated enough for one day. I asked for my keys, and Kosenchak said he would get them. When the door he used was open, I could see my car with 2 or 3 guys ransacking it. I asked what was going on. Kosenchak replied that they were going over it for evidence, and I couldn't have it for a couple of hours. Stevens asked to see the warrant, which listed the car, but Kosenchak said he didn't have it with him. Leroy could see how upset I was, so he suggested that we leave anyway. He would take me home in his car. Once outside the station, I learned the reason Stevens was in such a hurry. 2 of his friends were sitting in the car waiting for him to leave on a weekend hunting trip. After they drove me home, Stevens said he would be back Saturday afternoon and that I should call him then. He didn't even trouble himself to come into the house to see if anything had been taken. I asked, "What if they arrest me all over again?" He said that I should get some money out of the bank to be ready to post a bond. They would have to set one next time. I could see that his mind was more on the hunting than on answering any more questions. I guess I should have expected that, since he was a civil attorney. What did he know about criminal law? He probably felt that since he got me out of the Des Plaines police station, he had done his job. That's likely a landmark experience for a button-down business lawyer. But as I watched them drive away that brisk evening, I had a gut feeling that this was not the kind of lawyer I needed. I walked around to the back door. My poor dog was jumping all over from going unrelieved all that time. I took him outside to do his business. Re-entering the house, I turned on most of the lights and went from room to room to see if anything had been taken, not even knowing what I should be looking for. I did look for a copy of their phantom search warrant. Do they leave it in a case like this when you're not at home? Hell, I didn't know. Lime footprints covered most of the hallway floor and the plant room area, meaning that they had been down in the crawl space under the house. I opened the door leading to the crawl space and saw that they had left the light on. The phone rang. Cram, one of my employees, was calling to ask what was going on. He had come by earlier with the truck, and the police had confronted him in the driveway, ushered him into the house, and seized the keys to the truck. Cram had the pickup that day and returned to the garage to drop off the paint and the ladders he had used for the work at the Democratic office. He said he would be right over. I went back to picking up things and noticed some of the damage the police had done in their search. Walking down the main hall, I noticed that a section of the carpet had been cut out. I poked around some more. Couldn't see anything missing. But I didn't know what they had been looking for. Whatever it was would have to be listed on a search warrant. But I didn't think they had one. Warrant? For what? I wondered. David Cram arrived and ran down what had happened when he pulled into the driveway earlier. Cops all over the place. Must have been 20 of them. They wouldn't tell me anything. Asked what business I had there and snatched the keys to the truck. At first, he imagined that something had happened to me. Maybe a heart attack. Maybe a drug raid. He was jarred by all their brusqueness, but he hedged his answers. Didn't want to get involved. How am I going to get home? Walk, one cop said. Then he was getting mad. Together, we walked through the house. Cram asked if they found any marijuana or pills. I didn't know, but how could they confiscate anything if the warrant specified a missing kid? Then I located my drug stash. It hadn't been touched. David had driven over in his girlfriend's car, so I suggested we drive out to Des Plaines. It was after 11, and I thought they ought to be through with my car. We circled the station and surrounding blocks in search of my olds. I wasn't looking to go in to ask for fear they would pull the same bullshit on me again. And with my unconcerned but sole attorney off hunting downstate, how would I get out this time? We drove by the station's parking lot. No luck. No olds. I wondered if they had an impound lot, but didn't know where to begin, and it was getting late. Then it dawned on me that they had kept my appointment book, so I wanted to go back to the office to check my schedule for the next day. I called the station around midnight, and the desk officer said he didn't have any information about my car, and everyone was gone for the night. I would have to ask Lieutenant Kosenchak about it in the morning. Dave and I went for a bite to eat at the Denny's at Harlem and Forest Preserve Drive. An hour later, David dropped me back home. I undressed and fell on the bed, but unable to sleep. I reflected on the injustices of the day. They had held me against my will for 10.5 hours, abused me, searched my home, damaged it, no telling what they had taken from it, confiscated my car and one of my trucks, all without even showing me a search warrant or leaving a copy of it at the house. All over a missing kid who I didn't know or see, and about whom I could not provide a scrap of help. Surely they had to be accountable for what they did. Who knows all their rights? I didn't. Was it necessary for me to find someone who knew criminal law so that I could understand my rights in the future? I had a sense of outrage. I couldn't do anything else tonight, but tomorrow I would make some phone calls and find someone who could give me some answers. I remembered working with Sam Amarant, a legal counsel for the street lighting district. He might be able to enlighten me about legal rights, warrants, property confiscation, detention without a charge. The most he had ever done for me, except for the township business, was to take care of traffic tickets for some of my employees. But it wouldn't hurt to call him. I was numb with fatigue. I rolled over and succumbed to the soft pillow and sleep. Chapter 2. Surveillance by the Des Plaines Police. Friday, December 14th, 1978. When I thought about the events of the previous day, I could hardly believe that I was still living in the United States. Being determined not to let that dizzying, angry day repeat itself, I was sure going to get some answers today. Following the only advice Leroy Stevens had given me, I went to the bank and withdrew $2,000 so that, in case I was picked up again, I could bond myself out without any delay or waiting for an attorney. Then I alerted my business partner and my business manager, informing them that I would be calling in at certain times of the day, so the police couldn't kidnap me again and hold me incommunicado against my will. Returning from Northwest National Bank, I met with my office manager and skimmed over the morning mail and covered the calls that he had received. He came in at 8 each morning to do office work for me and left at noon. He was a close friend of the family and, being handicapped, was unable to work full-time. I had convinced him that he could be of use to me 5 mornings a week. It was hard for him psychologically to be unable to work at age 46, and the pay would help him out too. It was more like letting a family member handle the personal business that came across the desk, and I treated him more like an uncle. Many of the customers and employees thought we were related. He was someone I could trust and confide in. Uncle George had complete charge of the office. He handled my payroll, material expenditures, and employee affairs in general. In fact, the public had been misled about me hiring all the employees. Few people knew that George did most of the recruiting, frequently advertising in neighborhood newspapers to seek out men with trade experience. Sometimes inexperienced men would come in, and he would interview them, have them fill out an application, and through screening pick out the more earnest, stable-appearing ones. Much of the time I would tell him, if he looks good to you, hire him. I forget what he wrote on his application. The truth would surface after his first 3 days on the job. If I was out of town, which was often, George and the working foreman would hire men as needed, but never, like the police claimed, by putting up notices in supermarkets. That was just more fabrication about John Gacy and how he ran his business, molding an image of me to strengthen their court case. George would also remind me of upcoming contracts and checks that needed my signature. He met with my accountant each month to make the monthly profit and loss statements, paid all the bills, and logged every job. I was a perfectionist, wanting to know everything about a completed job so that if we lost money, I could find out how and where and correct the problem. Friends asked me how I made the quantum leap from chef to the complicated, risky business of the construction world. Construction is like making a good stew or smorgasbord. The ingredients take on new names, but it is still a matter of order, diligence, and pride. In both, you learn from past experience. I know I learned something from every job. My files were so highly detailed that I could go to my 1976 section and pull out Neeson's pharmacy, and not only tell you if we made money on the job, but the problems, who worked it for me, who was employed by the store at the time, and if they were helpful, what subcontractors I brought in, and even what men from each sub actually worked on the job. Most of these particulars weren't needed by the accountant, but it was my way of learning from each contracted job. I would later learn why the state's attorney took all my business records when I finally was arrested. These records would disprove too much of the state's case, showing that I was out of town at times when the state's case required me to be in town. I started out my day that Thursday in Elgin at the Fox Valley Shopping Center. The rest of the morning was spent visiting a heavy schedule of job sites that we had going at the time. After stopping at 2 drugstores we were remodeling, one on North Avenue at the Pulaski Underway and another in Waukegan, we finished up in Glenview to examine a new hair care salon for ladies. I had to put in a lot more time than many other contractors did. Others, well established in construction work, profited greatly from long-standing reputations and expensive advertising, and were able to do a kind of block contracting, in which developers hired them to build 10 or even 20 houses in one small area, an extension to an existing community, or a land-breaking project in a yet undeveloped district. From the contractor's point of view, that kind of operation provided him with the convenience of marshaling his jobs on foot. For the smaller contractor, like myself, 5 construction jobs might find my men working in 5 different Illinois counties, and I would have to shuttle continually between them to oversee work progress. I might even go into a bordering state. I mention this only to indicate that I traveled the highways and roads daily, and all this driving weaves itself into the picture of forthcoming events. On this day of my uncle's funeral, without my knowledge, a surveillance of me had gone into motion. The Des Plaines Police Department must have gleaned from their ranks the 6 most inept officers in their lot. Their task was to keep me painstakingly under observation around the clock and record my activities. Sounds simple enough. It was almost time for the funeral. I had already showered, and while I dressed, I browsed messages left by George. Business notations, receipts, and customer calls. I made a last call to my Glenview office before I made for the door. Halfway out, I turned back to wash down some more Valium with a couple fingers of booze. Now I braced for the family and the tears. The funeral was conducted in a peaceful little chapel on Chicago's northwest side. The cemetery was located straight down Irving Park Road at Arcadia Park. After my uncle was laid into the earth, I headed for Elgin and my sister's place. It was after 3 o'clock, and with the wintry roads being difficult, it would take about an hour to get there. even with the Rockford tollways setting a crow's flight course. Having dinner with Sis and her husband with her 4 children was a treat for me, since I didn't get many home-cooked meals. It was also a treat to eat a relaxed meal with them after forever being in motion. The small talk was heartfelt, yet it also brought back the terrible vacancy left inside me since my divorce 4 years earlier. I ached so at times over the loss of my wife and 2 girls. I had contemplated remarriage in 1977, but got turned off when I realized the woman's strong feelings about her personal career, and that taking up domestic habits was the farthest thing from her mind. I was a bug about the way a house should be kept. We tried living together for several months, but with me out of town and her working 6 days a week, we discovered how little time was left for ourselves. Her career and my business made a life together impossible. After once going through a marriage with a wife who wasn't interested in what I was doing business-wise, I could see that this one will be doomed from the start. So, regretfully, I asked her to move out. Now here, in late 1978, I was again thinking of marriage. I had 2 housekeepers who were taking care of the home office. One would come in on Tuesdays and the other on Saturdays. The latter I would date on Friday or Saturday night when I was in town. The girl who came on Tuesday I would date during the week, many times just to have company to share a late supper with and take in a movie if time permitted. I enjoyed their company, and they gave me a semblance of social balance in my workaholic life. I assumed they found satisfaction in my company too, because they usually accepted these dates on the spur of the moment. Margaret was an Irish girl, born in Ireland. She was the one with whom I was thinking of retying the knot with, if she would have me. That December she had flown to Ireland for the holidays to be gone a month or 2. She just left before my arrest, and I haven't heard from her since. After dinner with my sister's family and some more talk, I made for the bed. One of my nephews gave up his so that I wouldn't have to sleep on the sofa. Her boys were always good to me. The middle of the 3 was 14 that night, so long ago. He and his older brother had worked for me several summers running. The youngest had been too young to join us at that time, and now, with his family living way out in Elgin, he would not get the chance his brothers had had. I was told that I was their favorite uncle. They'd remind me of when they were younger, and I would take them out on weekends. Kids were a treat for me to be with. My girlfriend at the time had 2, my older sister had 4, and my younger sister 3. For me, taking out those 9 children was great fun. We would hit the museums and other places that their own fathers didn't take the time to share. It was a natural for me. Since my divorce and loss of my 2 children, these playful excursions satisfied the father instincts in me and temporarily plugged a lonesome void. I'd pick the kids up early on a Sunday morning and bring them back early enough for them to unwind and prepare for school the next day. December 15th, 1978. Just because I awoke at my sister's house that morning, nothing else was changed. Friday's work awaited me. I got up at 6:30, had breakfast with the kids, and left around 8 for the first job site, the Fox Valley Shopping Plaza across the county line in DuPage. We were putting in a jewelry store, and something was wrong on the blueprints about the precision of some custom-made cabinetry fitting snugly. The owner was to meet me bright and early, to approve a change in the blueprints so as not to push forward the completion date or postpone his opening day plans. Working out such problems, seemingly a minor yet an important matter of a mere fraction of an inch, is one of the many adjustments a contractor faces, besides making major decisions. At times, you can only hope you're right. If you're wrong, it costs you, not the employee or the client. You have to stay tenaciously on top of each step of each job. Besides, it is good public relations to show the customer that you're really interested in his job by being precise, aware, cost-conscious. But it's very time-consuming. From there, I went to Chicago and stopped at a job on North Avenue, a new account. I hoped to build 15 more drugstores for this client, doing his future work exclusively, in the same manner that I had worked up other accounts. Much of that work would be remodeling older buildings, my specialty. Before leaving that job, I spoke with Mike Rossi. He told me that he had been taken to the Des Plaines police station the night before and aggressively questioned, not about the missing Peast boy, but about me. He said they asked how long he had known me and what he thought of me, and if he thought I was funny in any way. Rossi claimed that he had answered in the negative, saying, "There's nothing funny about John." He told them that if I were gay or anything like that, he wouldn't be working for me. They wanted to know if I personally or someone else had hired him. They also asked who usually did most of the hiring. He told them that at the time he took the job with me, he was working for a plumbing contractor, a friend of mine, who asked me to hire him because he was going to have to lay him off. He told them that I agreed and that he had been with me ever since. Then they asked him what kind of guy I was to work for. I told him the truth, John, that you are very hard to work for. And when a guy fouled up, you're all over his back. Not in a way to put him down, but so he would learn to do it right. He told them that I was a perfectionist, that I paid well, and expected good work. Otherwise, we could find other jobs. He told police I was all business, even if I became friendly with an employee. I think they were looking for me to say something about your sex life, but like my wife told them at the house before I went in, we had always seen you with different girls. He had been scared and didn't like being there, but he had no choice. I told him if it happened again to call Amarant. He'll represent you and I'll pay for it. You don't have to answer any of their questions, and you certainly don't have to be harassed on the job. And don't worry about being docked for your time. I'll write that off as a job expense. Listen, I have to get over to see Amarant to see what can be done about those creeps in Des Plaines. And I'll tell him that if you or any employee needs an attorney, that I'll pick up the tab. So don't lose his card. I left around 11:30, thinking I'd better check in at the home office since I hadn't been there in 24 hours. And I wanted to change clothes before keeping a 1 o'clock appointment with Amarant. When a man does as much driving as I do, he will develop certain skills along with practical codes of survival. I had eventually come by those skills that carried me from place to place with an economy of time, but without breaking the traffic laws. I became as alert and tricky with my car as Walter Payton is with a pigskin. I wasn't reckless, but I was elaborately quick, taking advantage of an opening here and a permissive yellow light there. I became, in a phrase, a time-saving driver. Sometimes my appointments were timed so close together that it was only my type of driving which made me punctual. I had no trouble finding Amarant's office and went right into my appointment. I sat down and told him the story about what took place at the Des Plaines police station on December 13th. How I was held without being charged, shoved against a wall by Lieutenant Kosenchak, thrown into a cold, waterless cell alone for over 3 hours, kept incommunicado from seeing my lawyer, who was in the station from 5:30, not being allowed to see him until after 9. I explained that when I was finally permitted to leave, the police kept my car. Upon returning home, I found that my house had been searched without a warrant and that damage had been done to the interior of my house. Moreover, I believed that I was being followed, and that employees of mine had suffered harassment on the job sites. All this because of a kid missing from a drugstore I had visited for talk with the owner about some work he needed. Amarant made a call to the Des Plaines Police Department, saying he knew some people there with whom he exchanged favors. But he found out no more than there was an investigation, and that they wanted to know my present whereabouts. They had lost me. Later, they were to state that with devil-may-care driving, I often lost them. That was a big lie. They habitually lost me. Amarant told them that I was sitting in front of him in his office. They wouldn't give Amarant any information on me, only that Sullivan was working on the case. Amarant didn't ask. He knew Terry Sullivan. They had been adversaries for the past 5 years in the Des Plaines courtroom. Sullivan as the state's prosecutor, and Amarant as the public defender. Now Amarant called Sullivan's office, asking specifically to speak to him, feeling that on the strength of their relationship, it might be possible that Sullivan might disclose information relevant to my harassment. But Sullivan was tight-lipped. Every inquiry posed was met with undisguised evasiveness. Sullivan claimed that no arrest was pending, but that I was under investigation in the disappearance of the kid from Nissan's drugstore. Amarant didn't swallow it. His legal guts told him that Sullivan's aloofness indicated something more. He informed Sullivan that John Gacy was now officially his client, and asked, as a courtesy, to forewarn him of any future questioning or arrest. If by Monday he couldn't get any acceptable information, he warned Sullivan that he would get a restraining order and file a federal harassment suit against the Des Plaines Police Department. In his professional opinion, they had already overstepped their legal boundaries. The law reads, Chapter 38, Criminal Law and Procedure, Section 108-2. If the person arrested is arrested without a charge being preferred against him, all instruments, articles, or things seized, other than contraband, shall be returned to him upon release. Chapter 38, Section 108. If the warrant is executed, the duplicate copy shall be left with any person from whom any instruments, articles, or things are seized, or, if no person is available, the copy shall be left at the place from which the instruments, articles, or things were seized. Again, Chapter 38, Section 108-7, Command of Search Warrant. The warrant shall command the person directed to execute the same to search the place or person particularly described in the warrant, and to seize the instruments, articles, or things particularly described in the warrant. Now, if it had been a warrant looking for a missing kid, why would they take a car, trucks, and personal items from a house which did not belong to the missing person? Those weren't listed on a warrant, and no duplicate copy of the phantom warrant was given me or left on my premises as the law demands. Amarant continued to talk about the law. At that point, I decided I should fill him in on my background, confide in him completely so that he would get no surprises along the way. I felt that in a client-attorney relationship, as in a patient-doctor relationship, both must have complete confidence in the other. Nothing can be successfully attained without all the facts, comfortable or not. Therefore, I related to him that I had lived in Chicago only since 1970 and in Norwood Park since August of 1971. A few people knew that I had been in a reformatory in Iowa for 14 months. If the police were digging into my background, it would doubtlessly be discovered, and I wanted Sam to hear it first from me. I had been convicted on a sodomy charge in Iowa in December of 1968 and had been sentenced to 10 years. I was sent to a reformatory and had come up for parole after 11 months. It was claimed that I had induced the son of a state representative into an act of sodomy by showing him stag films. The case never reached court, and the facts were never brought out. Through my own ignorance of the law, I pled guilty. They had found stag films at my home. The same films the boy's father had gotten from me 2 days before my arrest. And the kid had performed fellatio on me. It happened only on one occasion, but he began blackmailing me. I was confused and did give him some money, but after a while refused to pay him any more. Then he told his father. Since his father was running for a re-election and I was a successful businessman, it was made into a publicity issue. It was a flimsy case. Later, we learned that the kid had been in similar trouble before and had a history of mental aberrations. His records showed that he had even been caught robbing a cemetery grave, taking the head off a body and was carrying it in a paper bag when he was apprehended. Because I had no previous record, a pre-sentence board recommended probation for that. My first and only arrest until then. The judge sentenced me to the maximum 10 years, but still recommended early release. After 14 months, I was granted parole to Illinois, where I went to live with my mother. My father had died and she was alone. I had not been convicted of anything after that time, although I had been arrested twice. Sam did no more than listen and periodically nod his head. It was now after 5, and he said he had enough information and not to worry about it, that he would take it from there and get back to me. He gave me a stack of his cards to give to my employees. He would take care of any problems they might have, since I was assuming the costs. As we left the office, he said he would follow me to see if I was being tailed. He didn't have to. As I pulled away from the office, 2 cars started out behind me. After half a block, I turned into a driveway to turn around. The 2 cars pulled into the next driveway and turned around. I went back to the office and motioned to Sam. He had seen what had happened. I drove to George's apartment for dinner at 6 o'clock and to see if there was anything urgent about the business or any pressing appointments. From the window in George's apartment, I could see that Sam and the 2 tail cars had pulled up out front. Amarant was talking to one of the officers. John knows he's being followed, and I am aware of the situation. I just ask one thing. If you make an arrest of any type, please notify me. The officer said, I'll be happy to cooperate, but a lot depends on your client's driving habits. What habits? As long as he stays within the speed limits and doesn't break any laws, it's up to you to stay with him. You know you guys make a driver nervous when you're tailgating him. You guys aren't the world's best kept secret, you know. Then he walked off and came into the apartment to tell me, word for word, about his conversation with the officers. You just go about your business as usual and don't let them rile you. If you have any problems, I'll be home all evening. Give me a call tomorrow afternoon. With that encouragement, he left. I took a deep breath, thinking how much better off I was with him handling this mess than the inept attorney Stevens. Dinner. During dinner, George and I exchanged small talk. We speculated on the next move the police might make, but of course could draw no conclusions. We didn't even know what it was all about. I told him that I hated to eat and run, but I'd promised Ron, a subcontractor friend of mine, that I'd go over to his place for an evening of pinochle with him and his wife. I didn't want to miss the card game. It was almost the only socializing that the demands of my growing business permitted lately. When I arrived at Ron's, he told me that our game would have to be delayed while he went out with a contractor friend of his to estimate how much concrete to order for a basement floor they were putting in. It wouldn't take long, and he wanted me to go along for the ride. When Gary arrived, we climbed into the front seat of his Chevy Suburban, and I told him about the police shadow and what little I knew about the reason for it. The kid disappearing from Nissan's after I had been there on business. Ron remembered the drugstore, having worked with me 2 years before on the original job. At 8:45, after about an hour on their job site, as we were leaving, Ron decided to have some fun with the cops. I felt that taunting them would only make things worse for me. But Ron was a playful guy, and he walked up to one officer's car and said, "Hey, pal, we're going back to my house where we started from, just in case you get lost." As we pulled away, Gary got his pepper up and took off like a scared squirrel. He fishtailed, but the ruts in the street were etched so deep from the frozen buildup of snow that he came out of it easily. The cowboys from Des Plaines had trouble getting out of their parking places so suddenly, and now had to play catch-up on the icy streets. Gary said, "Hell, they got no business with me. I don't have to wait for them." He jumped the light out of the left lane, cut in front of a bus, and turned onto the entrance ramp to the Kennedy Expressway. I asked him not to play games with them, but, picking up speed, he blended right into the flow of the expressway traffic, never going over the speed limit. Halfway down the Kennedy toward our exit, they caught up with us, their red lights flashing. The officer rolled down his window and yelled, "Pull over, damn you! You're under arrest!" His partner was green at the gills and pop-eyed from the chase, but I was afraid to laugh. Gary pulled onto the shoulder, and he and Ron jumped out, yelling that they had no reason to stop us. When the cops threatened to take the truck, Gary and Ron cooled down. We asked what station Gary was being taken to, and they told us, Des Plaines. I had stayed out of the confrontation because of Amirani's advice. After we posted Gary's bond at 11:30, Gary went home, and Ron and I returned to Ron's house with the shadows in tow. His wife set out some warmed-over pizza and a couple of drinks. Ron thought the episode was hilarious, the best night he'd had in a long time. After our pinochle game, we talked a long time. He wanted me to stay the night, but I was developing a case of borderline paranoia. I had visions of the police gallivanting through my home in my absence, planting evidence. Since it was so close, I told him I would walk home and leave my car behind so that I could check out the house without the cops looking over my shoulder. I eased out the back door into the cold December night, struggled over a backyard fence, crossed the neighboring yard into the next street, and walked home. My place was dark and empty, but creepy with my suspicions. After I took the dog out for his business, I called Ron and told him everything was all right, and that I would spend the night at home alone. He said, "Those dummies are still sitting out front. Listen, you call me if anything comes down. What time do you want me to call you in the morning?" I told him 7 and said goodnight. I can still remember the sweaty dream I had that night. Stevens looking for rabbits with a loaded shotgun. Me looking through a dense fog for Stevens. The police with drawn guns looking for me. And Marani with a fistful of injunctions looking for them. My whole life was on tilt. Saturday, December 16th, 1978. Ron called me at 7. I had slept in the reclining chair in the rec room. The 2 cops were still sitting in front of his house. I told him I was going to leave the car there with him and pick it up that evening. Then I called Rossi to pick me up, and I would go with him to the North Avenue job. I worked most of the day there. In the afternoon, I called Amirani. I told him what had happened the night before, and that the police were still sitting in front of Ron's house, while I had been working all day. David Cram had stopped at the work site, then left in the van for the Fox Valley Shopping Center. Rossi was still nervous about his ordeal. The questioning had left him visibly shaken and fidgety. I told him not to worry, just to refuse them any conversation. If they bothered him again, he had Amirani's card. At quitting time, the electrical contractor gave me a ride back to Ron's house. Instead of driving conspicuously up to Ron's house, I had him drop me off on the next street, and I went in the same way I'd come out, across the neighbor's yard and over the fence. I knocked on the back door and went in. Ron and his wife were both home. He mentioned that he heard Rossi and me talking over lunch and wondered if he could be of any help. I told him no, that it was just a petty case of some suburban cops giving me a hassle. We walked out to the car I'd rented while they were still illegally holding mine. The cops jerked to attention. They never knew I was gone. I dropped Ron off at a Christmas tree lot he owned, then went home to change clothes so as to be presentable for dinner at my aunt's house. Before leaving home, I strolled over to the police car and told them where I was going. Before leaving home, I strolled over the address and the route I would take. I thought by giving them that much information, they wouldn't get lost so easily or be inclined to tailgate me all the time. They were only supposed to keep track of me, and that didn't mean playing piggyback or causing an accident. I continued to drive normally, frisky but safe. I arrived at my aunt's house and went in for dinner. It was an invitation she had given me weeks before. I stayed until almost 11:30. I didn't know that evening that during the day the police had picked up Cram at the Fox Valley job and taken him to the station. He drove the van to Des Plaines, and they kept him there for 7 hours, telling him he couldn't leave until he answered their questions. David just wanted to get out of there. He didn't balk or stomp the ground, just acted polite, and they eventually drove him home, keeping the truck. Once again, they showed no warrant, gave no reason for the questions. cited no legal cause, and attributed no illegalities to him. When I left my aunt's house, I went to the Good Luck Lounge on Elston to meet a friend/employee, but he had gone to the Moose Lodge, leaving word for me to join him there. As I left for the lodge, I noticed that the tail car was parked in the wrong direction. So, again, they had trouble catching up to me, but were right behind me when I pulled into the Moose parking lot. I located my friend Jerry, sitting at a table with his wife, mother and father, and his father's aunt and uncle. As we chatted over a couple of drinks, Jerry noticed the two-man watchdog team staring at me and asked me about them. I passed them off as lightly as I could, buying them drinks each time we ordered a round. The party broke up about 1 o'clock, and the uncle invited me to join the rest of them for a nightcap at his house, but I declined because of the lateness of the hour. As we walked out the door, Stan and Ollie were breathing down my shirt collar, so I turned and asked them, "Where's a good place to get something to eat around here?" They seemed friendly enough, even if they had been too cheap to buy a round of drinks. One suggested the Pot and Pan on Rand Road. I had never heard of the place, but we drove there together, one going ahead and the other following me. As we waited for our order there was some light dialogue, with me initiating most of it. I asked why they were following me. They said they didn't know, that it was just another blind work detail order. Nothing personal. Their job, they said, was to record and report my habits. As we left the restaurant, they allowed me to pay for their meals and suggested we stop for a drink. I said, "Yeah, sure, you'll let me buy. You guys sure found a golden goose in me." I drove back to the Good Luck Lounge, parked, and noticed some friends in a brown van. I got in with them, shared some pot, and kicked it around with them for a while before going into the lounge. By the time I spotted some friends in the smoky dark at the back of the room, they had already ordered my usual JB on the rocks. The cops sat at the front of the bar. It was nearly closing time, 3 o'clock, and the gang was getting ready to go to PJ on Irving Park Road, which stayed open until 4. I had a good laugh when the bartender told my freeloading tag-alongs to drink up and leave because it was closing time. I had a fresh drink in my hand and wasn't moving. So they pulled their badges, told the bartender they weren't leaving until I did. No hassle, Gacy drank up and left. Most of my crowd had already gone to PJ's anyhow. At PJ's, I sat down at a table with 2 pretty girls. My shadows were leaning against the bar, watching me. I ordered drinks and sent them a setup. Then, lo and behold, they bought a round for my table. When they moved to a table, I invited them over to mine and introduced them to the girls as construction workers. One of the girls was celebrating her birthday, so I told the younger of the 2 officers to give her a birthday kiss. He was glad to. I had some conversation and a couple of dances before leaving at 4 o'clock. Then I headed for another lounge. I was pretty high by then, but so was my tolerance for scotch. At least, I thought so. I stopped at the Unforgettable, just 2 miles west on Irving Park, but stayed only long enough for one drink because there wasn't anyone there I knew besides the bartender. At 4:30, I told my shadows I knew of one more place, but because it was way out in Franklin Park, we didn't get there before it closed up at 5. I couldn't believe how poorly those cops drove, struggling, bolting, and dashing in spasms to keep up with me. When I pulled up in front of the last bar, he couldn't stop on the wet pavement and spun his car twice before coming to a halt. When I'm drinking, I'm always hungry, so I drove back to my neighborhood and stopped at the Golden Bear on Cumberland. The night watch pulled up beside me and started complaining. Someone's gonna get hurt. If it isn't one of us, it's gonna be some poor guy out walking. You better watch your driving. I shrugged him off. It wasn't me having the close calls. They were causing their own problems. While we were eating together, they asked about getting fixed up with the two girls we had seen earlier. I laughed to myself. These penny pinchers probably thought of a date in terms of a Dutch treat. Then they put their casualness aside and began to pry answers from me that I didn't have. But, feeling high, I'd give a response to some questions and deliberately take them on a fool's errand on others. By the time we left the restaurant, it was 6:30. They had matched me drink for drink the whole night. 3 men in a well-fed, painless state. Sunday, December 17th, 1978. Despite being high and fatigued, I showered and changed clothes. I did some paperwork and gulped my morning Valiums, 30 milligrams. One of my employees would pick me up soon to inspect an important job. We were rushing to get the North Avenue store open before Christmas. That meant working 7 days a week, but Sundays were never too bad. We would work only 6 hours or so, and never started before 9. I looked out the window. The one shadow was sleeping. I guessed that the other was around the corner. Looked like they couldn't take the nightlife and picked up the pieces in the morning. When I was almost ready to leave, Jerry arrived. The dog was outside, so I called him in. It was too cold to leave him out while I was gone. My dog, my little pal and partner, went with me when I clowned. I had worked him into my clown act, decking him out with a pink bow on his head and carrying him in the pocket of my clown suit. The children loved him. Patches had a frisky flair for entertaining both the children and the elderly. As we left, I wondered if they would be glued to me for another day. What they didn't know was that had been a normal 24-hour day for me. They were seeing my life unaltered. These same men later testified at my trial, after taking the oath, that they were quoting word for word what I had said. These guys told lie after lie. Their rehearsed fiction never varied one iota. They doctored truths, exaggerated gray shades into black, renounced any truth which would reflect on me favorably. At the North Avenue drugstore, we evaluated progress. It could be open by midweek if everything fell into place. We pushed until 2, then broke for lunch at a restaurant a few doors down. After a fast sandwich, we went into an adjoining lounge and had a few beers. And since it was cold out, we topped them off with schnapps. Then we went back to shut down for the day. We had done what we set out to do. Sunday night was league bowling night. I had to leave work by 5:30 to get to the office, change into my team shirt, pick up my bowling ball, and get to the River Bowl in Franklin by 6:30. An hour was cutting it close, so I let the clowns know what was happening, that I would be doing some sprinting. I ran down my agenda, told them I was running late and would have no time to wait for them. If they couldn't keep up, at least they were forewarned and would know I wasn't trying to give them the slip. During that Sunday, the police had picked up Rossi at his home and took him to the station. Rossi didn't like to work Sundays, even when he needed the money, wanting to be at home. Now he was spending his Sunday with the police. I guess they had run him through the mill, trying to get him to say something by threatening him, scaring him into believing he was in trouble, getting to him. This routine would wear him down. Rossi wasn't lily white. He used recreational but illegal drugs and was not above buying or selling an item without a legitimate receipt. I knew this type of thing was going on with several of my employees, but as long as it didn't affect me or my business, I didn't stick my nose in it. I tried giving them good advice. I knew there were things going on at the home office whenever I was out of town. Things I thought I didn't need to know about. There were 12 men who had keys to the Summerdale house. Other keys could have been made and in circulation. I would figure out some of the shenanigans when I would return from out of town and find some coats or clothing spread all the way from the dining room to the bedrooms. Sometimes George would mention that he had driven by the place and seen all the lights on while I was out of town. It was more like a community house after hours. Want a party? This was the place. Music center, bumper pool table, wet bar with booze, guest rooms. Rossi, too, was a natural with children. When he had free time, he would dress up as Patches the Clown and do some of the store openings and visits with me at preschool centers and homes for the aged. We both felt the pay was good. The rich reward we got from bright eyes and laughing faces. At the bowling alley that night, we won 2 games and lost the third. And I was glad when it was over. Having those cops there was as embarrassing as the sudden development of 2 warts on your nose. Always there, obvious and ugly. It was 9:30. They were sitting at a table with their drinks. I asked if they were hungry. "Damned right we are," one of them said. "But we're tired of all the junk food we have to eat in the car. Let's go someplace decent." "I'm with you." Understatement of the day. "I know a great little steakhouse on the northwest side called the Prime House. Treats on me. Get something you're too cheap to buy for yourself." They laughed, disregarding the slur. Probably with what they made working for a small-town police department, they didn't often eat this good. We arrived at the restaurant a little after 10. The place was known for fine service and fine dining. I watched them scan the menu, the prices, not the fare, impressed these 2. And, of course, they decided on the most expensive item. I should have waited until after they ordered to tell them I was buying. We left the restaurant about 11. On Elston Avenue through a mail slot, I dropped off some plans with data for an early morning bid. From there, I had to go downtown to look at a potential job in the Marriott Hotel on Michigan Avenue. I told the warts where we were going. Earlier, my business partner asked me to determine if the site was spacious enough for us to construct an airline ticket counter. Since it was planned for the main floor, I could look through the windows and consider what footage we had to work with. After that, I lit out down North Clark Street to see a friend of mine who was a cook. I wanted to talk to him about some money he owed me. The restaurant windows were darkened as I passed the place, so I didn't stop. Continuing on Clark, I pointed the car towards the Brickyard Shopping Center out west on Diversey. There, I went around back to the construction trailer and knocked on the door. One of the guards came up to me from behind. We knew each other and talked for 5 minutes. I left some work plans with him to give the first super on the job in the morning. I don't know what the cops thought. They never left their car. Construction sites can be eerie after dark, but that never bothered me. I often visited job sites on business after dark. I was tired and headed for home. It was 2:30. On the way, I stopped at the Golden Bear for coffee and ended up ordering a small breakfast. The two shadows were naturally hungry again, even after the big meal at 10. We sat, forcing small conversation. They asked me how I could keep up such a stern schedule, day in and day out. When they weren't talking about my business, they were trying to cajole personal information out of me. I tried to be civil, but I didn't have to give them my intimate history. I hoped I could stall them long enough for Amirani to get that restraining order before I lost my temper and really got myself in hot water. We finished up and I left for home. I needed sleep. Tomorrow would be another busy day, and no telling how long that one would be. The phone woke me from a sleep that didn't seem long enough. Jerry was on the line to find out which job he would most be needed. I told him to go to North Avenue and give them a hand. George came in at 8 and we went over some work assignments. We were bogged down with so many jobs that I had to hopscotch my men around on daily and sometimes on half-daily basis. My timetables were in constant state of change. Men, materials, and equipment were moved around like discs in a fast-moving game of checkers. While we were reshuffling, Amirani called to tell me to come to his office to meet with him and Stevens. After George and I set up the day's logistics, I left for the meeting with these two disparate attorneys. I pulled into the parking lot simultaneously with Stevens. After he had a word with the cops, we went into Sam's office together. Sam and Leroy decided to file for an immediate restraining order in conjunction with the $750,000 civil rights suit for harassment against the Des Plaines Police Department. We discussed the different ways they broke on the 13th, including the illegally used and abused search warrant. The minor but aggravating matter of my cut-up carpeting would also be attached in writing. A civil suit was more in Stevens' field, so he would file it in the federal court in the next day. The two of them would draft the documents. Then I would go with Stevens tomorrow to file the writs. When I returned to the office, the accountant was going over the monthly reports with George in preparation for filing the quarterly employee payroll taxes. My accountant asked if my office property and its contents had been completely inventoried for the year-end corporate income tax filing. The property and all its contents belonged to PDM and had to be inventoried. An elaborate, precise detailing was kept, and that data proved to be interesting later when I went to trial. Those records would disclose exactly how much had been stolen by the police and sheriff's departments, and God knows what other agencies allowed in and on the property. The contents of both buildings and their premises totaled roughly $100,000, not including the vehicles. Around noon, I got a call from Rossi at the Glenview office, telling me that the tools he needed weren't in the truck. This was not an uncommon problem. The men might overlook equipment or else take a truck they assumed was properly loaded, only to find that it wasn't. Now additional chaos resulted from the two trucks being held illegally in Des Plaines. The fastest way to the Glenview office was the tollway, so I took the Kennedy Expressway to I-94 North and arrived there in 25 minutes. The tail car had no trouble following me in the light traffic. The place was large, with an old farmhouse and a barn. It was an idyllic blend of contemporary suburb and rustic country. You got the sweet, free feeling of distance. Rossi was waiting by the barn as I pulled in and circled the drive. I opened the trunk, and he took out what he needed. Rossi was what I liked and expected in an employee. Now he told me how he intended to tackle this job. But he also wanted to know if I had any suggestions. He was not too proud to think that there might be a better way. He hadn't known beans when he started working for me. Now, 4 years later, he was a craftsman I could depend on. I wanted to make one stop before keeping an appointment with my doctor, and it was on the way. I took the Eden Expressway to Peterson, east to Cicero, and north to the Polish National Alliance office. It was the Christmas season, and I extended spirited greetings to all the people with whom I had worked during the spring, directing the Polish parade. That had been the 3rd year we had worked together, and we shared a special kinship. And I lollygagged for half an hour and left. With the exception of the 4 years that I lived out of state, I had used the same doctor that delivered me 36 years earlier. When you find a good doctor, you stick with him. He had always been honest with me, and I didn't have to pump an answer out of him. Now he remonstrated with me, as he had for years. When the hell are you going to slow down? No man can continue at the pace you keep. You're killing yourself, John. I told him I needed some more Valium to combat the stress I was under. He wrote out the prescription. Leroy Stevens, Jr. had taken over the practice that his father had built. His father had handled the transaction when Mother and I bought the Summerdale property back in 1971. Leroy wanted to go over with me what he covered with Sam. Now, I saw a professional conflict developing. Each attorney began propagandizing his own abilities, seemingly at the expense of the other. Subtle put-downs became commonplace, and each criticized the other when the other wasn't present. During my last talk with Sam, he claimed that he was better qualified to handle matters than was Stevens. That may have been true. Now, Stevens told me he suspected collusion between Amirani and Sullivan. A strong accusation. He never flatly accused Amirani of foul play, just said that I should be wary. I didn't go either way. I just hoped that, together or separately, the two of them could get my life back to normal. I wasn't sure if Stevens's main purpose was to warn me about Sullivan, a Boondocks attorney who might be looking to propel himself into prominence. Or was he more than censoring Amirani, his ineffectiveness these last few days? Was it only ineffectiveness on Amirani's part, or something more? Stevens had me pondering. A sharp lawyer like Sam couldn't handle the basics. The police were egregiously out of line. Why couldn't Sam get a fast court order from a judge in this uncomplicated breach of public law? Stevens's seed was planted in my mind. There was a seed worth watching. I shot up Lawrence to Elston, then over to Montrose and Coach's Corner Pub, counting on a couple of my men to be there. The visit with Stevens had accelerated me. 2 Valiums down the hatch. Jerry was there with friends, and before I got my first drink, Rossi walked in. We talked some shop. They were concerned that PDM wasn't going to be carrying them as employees any longer. The top 5 of my men would remain salaried, but would be working for me through RAFCO. PDM would become a holding company, shifting all business and payroll over to RAFCO. The past debts recorded in the PDM record would be buried, but just for the 5 of them. The rest of the employees would filter in with subcontractors who owed me, since I had gotten them the bulk of their business. We had been talking in flagrantly hushed tones, and the plain clothesmen were dying to hear a conversation. In retrospect, I have imagined how they might have interpreted our term burying five if they only heard parts of the conversation. Around 7, I was getting hungry, so I told my shadows, "Let's move out. Chow time." On Montrose Avenue, I stopped at Hagen's Fish Market, the best spot in Chicago for fresh fish and golden fried shrimp ever since I was a kid. With a couple of pounds of fresh perch and shrimp with fries, I made for the home office, figuring that the three of us could eat while I checked the answering service. Patches was frantic to see me and get outside. I put the food in the microwave to reheat and cleaned up after my dog, telling the guys to go in the rec room and get what they wanted to drink. I stepped into another room to go over my recent messages, and by the time I got back, those two bums had wolfed down all the fish, the shrimp, and even the fries. I sneered. "I'm glad you enjoyed it." I shot out to my Glenview office to check some blueprints against a bid I had figured, so I wouldn't make any mistakes. From there, it was off to Norwood office and more messages, including one for Amirani, who was visiting his son in Resurrection Hospital. I didn't know what time he called, but he wanted me to get in touch with him. I left for Resurrection in a hurry, without telling my shadows where I was going. The suddenness of my departure and their absorption in the football game they were playing made them late getting started, so catch-up time again. The hospital was only a few minutes away, and I left my car in the front driveway so they could find it. I talked briefly with Amirani before visiting his son. The only thing Sam wanted to tell me was that he thought Sullivan had bugged my phones. I knew what hospitalization was like for a child, because I spent many a day in them when I was little. Kids need visitors more than most older patients. They're not used to being away from home, and they don't understand why they're sick, making it doubly frightening for them. So unfair of life. My empathy for them, as well as understanding the feelings of those on the other end of the spectrum, the infirm elderly, was mainly why I took up clowning. Most of any happiness I had at those times was derived from clowning. Back at Summerdale, I suddenly realized I was absent-mindedly pushing papers around to no purpose. They had gotten to Rossi quickly. Now they were getting to me. What is happening in my life? I decided to go to bed. I looked out the window, and they were there, in the unlit street, still playing their football game. Tuesday, December 19th, 1978. As usual, the phone shocked me out of my warm sleep. It was a subcontractor with questions about materials. The construction business had always provided me with a rush. I'm a workaholic, and even the longest days fed a need in me. I popped my Valiums and went to the window. They were still there, still playing their computer football. Today I couldn't smile about it. The Christmas season had gone hard and grim. George was late. I wanted to be busy and had worked up a dark, cheerless mood before he came in at 8:30. He said the neighbors had begun to grumble about those occupied cars always being out in the front. That made my mood worse. I liked my neighbors, and I cared how they felt. Warts on the nose are repulsive, and people turn away from those who show them. Tell them to call the police department in a joint complaint. Maybe they can accomplish what two expensive lawyers can't. I thought maybe I could abate the concern of my neighbors and went out to the unmarked car to ask if they would be considerate enough to park in my driveway. It was a narrow street, and now, with the frozen snow there presented a hazard to the local drivers. The smug bastard looked at me like I'd asked for a loan and did nothing. I'd wined and dined him with his partner. Now I'm chopped liver. I wasn't asking anything for myself. These cops were getting on my nerves bad now. To kill the time while I waited for my man to get there, I unloaded the truck so it would be ready to roll. When I finished that, I started to take unnecessary stuff out of the car trunk because I would be putting tools in it. There was some booze, still in its colorful Christmas packaging, and those bums saw it. They stopped their game and begged with their eyes harder than any dog does when he smells pizza on the table. I wanted to give them the finger, but instead I just shook my head to squelch any optimism they might have about the booze. Then my truck pulled into the driveway with two of my men. I gave the booze to them. I told the cops I was leaving and where I was going. The truck would follow me to the Waukegan drugstore to pick up some materials left over from a completed job. When we got there, the police didn't stay in their car, as they usually did, but obnoxiously followed me inside. A clerk asked them if she could help them with anything, and the clods shook their heads. I would lose jobs if this continued. I disappeared into the back of the building to wait for the truck to pull up on the other side of the building at a sending and receiving door. One cop got nervous when he couldn't see me and went outside. When he spotted my truck, he returned to the store and spoke excitedly to his partner. Probably they expected me to try to give them the slip by using the truck. I eased their minds by telling them we were using the back door to load materials into the truck. Nothing more. I sweetly suggested they give us a hand to help pay for their meals, but you couldn't insult these guys. They went comedic, asking why I didn't take a vacation. They needed one from trying to keep up with me and my schedule. I told them I had no cause to leave town. I sure wasn't running from anything, if that's what they thought. I had learned their schedule. Now it was just minutes before they were to change shifts. They could wait for their relief, or they could follow me. I was leaving. I headed for the tollway with no intention of using it. Route 41 was close by, so I'd take the Edens Expressway from it to my 1 o'clock appointment with Stevens. Because it was a 30-minute run back into the city, I knew they would have a time keeping up with me. I stayed within 5 miles of the speed limit, and they were a half-mile behind me now. As I slowed for a traffic light, I noticed that one of their junkers was throwing smoke. I pulled onto the shoulder and waited for them, then walked back 20 feet where they stopped the smoking car and asked them what happened. "It's all your fault, you son of a bitch. They're gonna give me 5 days off for burning this car up." I couldn't believe a grown man would pass the buck like that. I didn't tell him what or how to drive. I had a lawyer to see. Hell, if you can't keep up with me, then ride with me. He looked at me and nodded his head. He relished the idea. Was my suggestion foolish? Nab a temperamental fool with a gun riding beside me? He could hit me over the head and make it look like an accident. Well, it was too late now. He was getting in beside me. When he had quieted down and we were rolling, I said, "Call your buddy back there and ask how fast we're going right now." My speedometer showed 55. He said we were doing 85. Tell your friend his speedometer's busted. I knew that they had misclocked me from the first day. Not one word came out of his sheepish mug. Stevens had all the paperwork ready to file. He went over it with me, telling me that we were going to be asking for $750,000 on each of the 2 counts of civil rights violations. When we finished, he wanted to get something to eat, so we went out to the Milwaukee Avenue door and walked the 3 blocks to the Gale Street Inn. There was only one Shadow with us, and once in the restaurant he radioed his sidekick to tell him where we were. He caught up with us, and Leroy asked them both to join us at our table. He let them know he felt they had a sleazy job. He never stopped his criticism during the meal, and by the time we were done, they were plenty hot. Then he grabbed all 4 checks. That made them madder because they had ordered something in the price range of watercress on saltines, thinking they would have to pay out of their own pockets. We strolled slowly back to Stevens's office with Stan and Oliver following along behind us. Around 4 o'clock, when we came out of Stevens's office, he told the pair reading magazines that we were taking the subway downtown from the Jefferson Park station. We moved our cars off the street into the parking lot so as not to get parking tickets, then walked to the L station to board the train for downtown. While Stevens rode on to the Van Buren stop, where he could access the courts building, I got off at the Daily Center, where I had some business with the building department. As I walked through the lobby, I spotted Bill Scott, Attorney General of Illinois. "Hello, Bill," I called. He stopped long enough to wish me Merry Christmas and give me a gentle nod to the 2 with me. I took the elevator up to the county building and department and left some plans there for application permits. Any construction planning that was not in the city or in an incorporated area had to come to this office. Back in the lobby, I paused to study the ice carvings, which graced the plaza in all their intriguing splendor. Multiformed, delicately chiseled, translucent and geometrically solid, there were figures defining everything from Christmas scenes to old ships, all created by chef artisans from surrounding hotels. It was an annual event, and looking at them brought back memories of the 60s, when I used to help set up special orders for lesser versions of these carvings for Jefferson Ice. My buddy's dad worked there, and he got the job for us so that we might learn something of that skill. Outside, the chill bit to the bone. Smendel's restaurant, which I had built in 1976, was just around the corner. "Let's go for coffee," Bulldog Drummond. I teased the Shadow. It was nice to visit a place I had built. Good vibes. I knew which direction Stevens would come from, so I took a vantage point by the window. It wasn't long before I spotted him. I left my second cup of coffee and joined him in the lobby of the Daily Center. We made for the stairway leading to the subway and boarded the northbound train for Jefferson Park. We were lucky enough to get 2 seats together. Before we got to our station, the crowd thinned out, and the cops got 2 seats right in front of us. Stevens used his broadcaster's voice, wanting to give them an earful to get them really thinking. "When do you leave on vacation, John?" I mumbled in an audible answer. Playing along with where Leroy led in our little farce, we hassled them until the train reached the terminal. As we got off, I flashed the bond money I was carrying and thanked Stevens for it. That might give them something else to think about. "Keep touching base with me," Stevens reminded as we parted in the parking lot. Now, almost 7, it was getting much colder. I told Laurel and Hardy I was going to Coach's Corner for a drink so they would know where I was when they inevitably lost me in traffic. Jerry often filled in as relief bartender there when he finished his work for me. That's how it became a hangout for PDM employees in the evening. Jerry was there, and we talked about the changes that PDM was going through. I thought it would be better all around and maybe less paperwork for me. I extolled the benefits of setting up Rafico, telling him how he and the 4 others would all become supervisors as we subbed out most of the work. After a few drinks, I left because I hadn't been in the office since morning. I guessed I would spend the rest of the evening finishing up some bids. Patches, as usual, was jumping up and down, and I let him outside. Poor little guy thinks I'm letting him down lately, being away more than usual, I thought. He was a good dog. He made on newspapers if he couldn't wait. He stayed out the front of the house. His only vice was an occasional nap on the rec room couch. He probably smelled my presence there, and it made him cozy. The detectives came in behind Patches to get warm, continuing into the rec room to get a drink. I went to the dining room to clear the answering machine and write messages. After 2 or 3 hits of good liquor, they went back to the car. One of the calls I returned was from Norma, Ron's wife. She asked me to meet her at Cumberland and Lawrence, sounding urgent. I left right away, not bothering to tell the tale where I was going. As I approached the rendezvous point, I decided I didn't want Norma involved with the police. So I turned into an alley, drove through a parking lot, and came down the side street before joining Norma in another parking lot. The cops were nowhere to be seen. When I got into her car, she told me that Ron had gone to the police station in Des Plaines earlier that day, and that I should not trust him. He was eating the stuff up, and she guessed he would tell them anything in order to stay involved. Norma and I had always been close. I understood she had run off once with a carpenter and that she expected to get a divorce. She considered Ron a big, dumb bully, staying with him only because she had a little kid to take care of. I thanked her for the information and left her there. I split over to Ron's Christmas tree lot on Cumberland. We had a couple of drinks and some small talk while I studied his face for some sign of betrayal, some hint of nervousness. Nothing. Out front, the officers pulled up. For me or him, I wondered. We talked for another half hour, and I left for Summerdale. 10 o'clock. There was an hour's worth of paperwork. When I finished it, I felt hungry, but was in no mood to fix something for myself. I thought I'd have some food and some fun at the same time. I'd go out for a bite to eat, the schnorrers would come along, and I'd load them up with some more bullshit. When I'm through, they won't even be sure if I'm going to Alabama, Arabia, Aruba, or down the street to a movie. I went up to Mr. K's restaurant on Harlem and ordered a burger. The one guy complained that I made him look bad by losing him on Cumberland. I was right there on Lawrence all the time, I told him. If you'd look across to the other parking lot, you would have seen me. Then a new shift of officers walked in, and the talk turned to the idea of me traveling. They bantered about whose shift I would leave on. They hoped I would go someplace warmer than Chicago. I knew where I was going. Home. I wanted to sleep. I wished I could. My body was sagging from fatigue. The effect of the uppers and downers had my mind so revved up that sleep came when it wanted, not when I wanted it. Lately, more and more often, when my morning phone calls woke me up, I would find myself in the reclining chair or slump over my desk where I'd slept on my arms all night. With all the booze and pills, I should have slept 12 hours a night. No. Always too much to think about, too much work to do. Was the work pushing me over the edge? Or the booze? Or the pills? Or maybe something else? I got up and looked at them. Wednesday, December 20th, 1978. The night before was one of those when my total body system collapsed. I finally got some overdue sleep. I can't recall the dream, but I didn't want to leave where it had taken me. I sat up in bed, jolted from my warm refuge as by an electric cattle prodder. With all my collection of telephones, I had never had one installed beside my bed. I counted on early phone calls as my baptism into each day. If a phone had been at my bedside, I would have answered and then gone back to sleep. The way it was, I'd have to get out of bed and stumble down the hall to my office, and once answering the phone, any thoughts of sleep were left behind. Then a quick shower and some juice to stream down the first supply of pills. That was my average initiation into each morning. The guy on the other end was at the Fox Valley job, calling to let me know that, to keep his men busy most efficiently, he was shifting them to another site where their labor was more needed. That's an old cost-cutting method. On a remodeling job, you send in your laborers to tear out the existing work, bring in the carpenters for the new work, send back the laborers to clean up the carpenter's mess, then bring in the painters. Nothing to upset me. Just the mathematical beginning of another day of musical chairs. I hung up, stretched, lit a half cigar that rested in the huge ashtray. Then, still with the pure mind of uncluttered thoughts, walked to the window. Damn. I don't know how, but for a few short minutes, they hadn't even come to my mind. God. Eyesores and pests in front of my home. I wondered about the restraining order lying somewhere in a drawer at 7 o'clock in the morning. Maybe it would be effective that day, and the next morning I could look outside, and nothing parked there. I made short work of my morning ritual. George hadn't come in when I finished. He wasn't late, but I wanted to get a jump on the day. I was already in second gear. I left him a note and a phone number. Some people would have contemplated suicide if they had to contend with my hectic schedules, but not me. I thrived on the fast pace. It was actually exciting to me. Also, it was killing me. I could sense that my health was waning from the poor eating habits I developed, even eating junk food on the run. My drinking didn't affect my business decisions, but I was in enough of a fog that if I'd been working on a punch press in some factory, I'd have to do the job without 10 fingers. But the pills were the biggest detriment. When you're using, you never realize the extent of the detriment. It was funny. I wasn't happy, and I was happy. I thought the whole world was sitting on that same fence, with a leg hanging on either side. It was about 8 when I left to meet my partner, Richard Raphael, for a discussion over breakfast in Glenview. Now that the police were using 2 cars to tail me, I wondered how they could lose me so consistently and pathetically. One reason, as I look back, was that they invariably parked both cars facing the same direction. If they had faced opposite directions and I took off in a hurry, one could immediately and easily follow me and radio the course he was on, so that the other could weave back into the picture. No, not that morning either. They both faced east, and I went west. When I pulled into Raphael's driveway, I realized that they were nowhere in sight. They were no doubt as angry as wet hens, probably at me. But I hadn't tried to outdistance them. I hadn't done a mile over the speed limit. That's all they would need to catch me speeding. I would have been back in the Des Plaines police station. That's exactly why I wouldn't race. Yet later at the trial, they portrayed me as a road maniac, never doing less than 80 to 90 miles an hour, and often, they claimed, over 100. Finally, lo and behold, they showed. I remembered Stevens telling me to try to keep them off balance without being offensive, not by losing them driving, not by insulting them, but just to think of some nettlesome contrivances. For openers, right when I stepped out and popped a few pictures of them with my Polaroid, maybe they would worry themselves into a flux. That's all I intended. Maybe they would drive themselves crazy looking for some deep-rooted hidden meaning. Richard came out of the house and we left for the restaurant. While we ate, we kicked around some facts and figures and time problems. The cops were in low profile that morning, glad to move around after spending a long, uncomfortable night in their cars in front of my house. Richard and I compared our calendars for the day so that we'd always know where the other was. My main concern was that if I was out of touch for any unusual length of time, he would investigate. I had a feeling that at any moment these cops would furtively scoop me up and I didn't know what. Before driving off for Niles to check on a remodeling job, I took another Polaroid of Laurel and Hardy. At a stoplight, I stepped out of the car and snapped them again. I wondered how much this was disconcerting them. Probably not a hell of a lot, but it sure wouldn't make their day any better. In Niles, at the largest of the Sports Mart stores, I checked the small security stock rooms we were building, intended for the more valuable and pocketable items that were being pilfered by employees. I had given instructions to my men to do precise work, to be courteous and outstandingly cooperative. Potentially, this job would be criterion by which the owner might select me to contract the building of a new store from the ground up. A job of that magnitude would lift me into a new strata in the construction world. Back in the car, I shook pills from 2 different containers and dry swallowed them. In a moment, the gelatin capsules would disintegrate in my mouth, and I'd get an acid taste from the powder they contained. I sat in the car for a moment, looking at the few Polaroid shots, wondering if Stevens could find a way to present them as proof of harassment. The last one I'd made was at the rear of the Sport Mart, where one cop had driven, thinking I was trying to slip away. In his haste, he'd skidded his car under a semi at a loading dock. By now, they tried asking nonchalantly, "Why all the pictures, John?" I'd shrug and drop various non sequiturs on them. Guess I'm just lonesome. Just for the scrapbook. A guy's gotta have a hobby. Then I'd snap a couple more. My next stop was the Democratic headquarters. The painters should be nearly finished. I slapped a few backs, did some glad handing, and a drink while I nodded at the painters' progress. Cram and I had an appointment to have lunch with his girlfriend, who was to introduce me to her boss. He wanted some advice and an estimate on some work he needed in his office and back rooms. I met them in a restaurant by Six Corners on the northwest side. Dave felt there would be no problem securing the job, which merely amounted to installing some shelving. He asked me if I could do the job so that he could be there with his girlfriend for that day or two, and I agreed. We didn't stay there long. We left her at her office door, and I thanked her, saying that I would be in touch with her boss in a few days. My experience had taught me that a well-done job as small as this one could, in the future, could lead to building a new home for the client. You never knew. I might be the guy's only link with building contractors. My motto was to be grateful for any and all work. Besides, not very long ago I had been standing in the rear of a restaurant, making spaghetti and steaks for other people. A few blocks away, in the yard of the Cleveland Wrecking Company, I was looking for an interesting artifact for a client/friend. This company raised the tired and time-worn structures of Chicago and her suburbs. I roamed among the marble slabs and sandstone gargoyles, the immense iron-grated gates from 19th century mansions, the garden statuary and patined bronze, hammered sensitively into fountain spouts and figurines. I remembered these embellishments on the buildings in the neighborhoods of my youth. Gone now, along with the horse-drawn wagons of the ragmen, the papermen, the ironmen, the leathery icemen with a small open-back truck, and so much other Chicagoana. The memorabilia evoked a sweet nostalgia. But I decided my friend couldn't appreciate any of this, so I left, my mind in some yesterday. My mood was dispelled at the first sight outside the Cleveland Company. They were there, crudely laughing like two tough, unkempt boys, playing their football game. I kicked off a few camera shots of these replacements. Changing of the guard had taken place while I was browsing the residuum of Chicago's past. "Hey, John, bring one of them photos here, and I'll autograph it for you, so you'll get to know our names." "I already got names for you." When I asked him, David got behind the wheel and drove this time. They didn't lose him, even though he drove the same way I did. Maybe they felt I was going to try to lose them, and in that complicated thinking, their driving skills were impaired. Unusually, I had some spare time. Since we were on Milwaukee Avenue, I told Dave to take the angular street northeast through the city towards the Loop. I wasn't going downtown then, but the best friend I had in the business owned Van Dyke Heating, which was located in that direction. Jimmy and I had shared several construction jobs, as well as the best part of my social life. I introduced him to Dave, and we mixed laughs with business talk over a few beers and a mountain of roasted nuts that his wife was selling for her church. Before I left, I bought an armload. Outside, I went to the unmarked car and handed the vaudeville team a jar. "Maybe this will get you enough gas to keep up with me. Nuts for nuts." There's never a parking place in the heart of Chicago's Loop, so David let me off at Clark and Randolph with instructions to circle the block until I returned from the building department's permits office. Strangely, the trackers followed him in the car, ignoring my absence. On the 6th floor, I dropped off some blueprints, checked some others, and left. When I got back to the street, David was talking to a uniformed traffic cop with my car parked at the curb. I thought he was getting a ticket, but before I could reach them, the cop was leaving, with him and David waving friendly goodbyes at each other like long-lost fraternity brothers. "What's going on, Dave?" Oh, he said. I told him I was sent down by the Democratic Party to pick up some suburban politician. So this Democratic cop gets rambunctious and moves 2 cars out so I'd have a place to park. David, you're crazy. He pointed out that my car looked more official than anything else in sight, with that what was being big, black, shiny, and bearing red and white twin spotlights. He was right. We did look a part of the City Hall gang. Shoot over to Halstead in Wellington. There's a guy over there that wants me to go over the additional charges on that job we finished in September. Nice guy. I'll go over the costs and straighten out any doubts he's got. We finished that in no time and decided to take a break in a bar. It was close to 6 when I dropped him off at home and headed for the office on Summerdale. The usual awaited me. A half-nuts dog that wanted a snootful of fresh air and a patch of snow that smelled familiar. I checked notes and made calls. At 7:30, I made a sandwich, fed the dog, and downed 30 milligrams of Valium. Rossi's wife called, wondering if he was with me, and if not, where. What's going on with those police? It's becoming a hassle, and Mike is a nervous wreck. He's not sleeping nights. I told her I would call around and get back to her. By this date, they had pulled Rossi in 3 times. He was spending more time there than on the jobs or at home. Being headstrong, he refused to call Amirani, so maybe he was asking for it. It didn't take me long to find out that he had been picked up by the police again. Jerry told me they picked him up at the Waukegan job around 2. It was 8 now. They had the guy for 6 hours. I was so angry I shook. His wife was crying when she called, so I called her right back, hoping to calm her. But how do you calm a young wife when her husband gets picked up by the police and detained every couple of days? The line was busy, so I called Amirani. Do something, Sam. This shit has gone far enough. I'm going over to Rossi's and I'll call you from there. Meanwhile, Sam, make a move. They're acting like Gestapo. With that, I stormed out of the house. Rossi's wife was distraught, her face swollen and blotchy from crying. She couldn't understand what had suddenly turned her world upside down. She'd settled down some since we had talked on the phone. Mike's on his way home. He called and told me. I called Amirani. I told him I'd wait and talk with Mike, then I was coming into his office. I wanted some action. Sue asked me if I wanted a joint. We smoked it while waiting. He came in about 10:30, along with 2 cops who sniffed around for 20 minutes and left. Mike said he had been treated rough, and that his mother was getting a lawyer for him. I'm not going to do this anymore without a fight. Alone with me for a minute, he said he didn't think he told them what they wanted to hear, but he wasn't sure what that was. Most of the questions they asked were not about the missing Peast boy, but about our working relationship and how well we knew each other. They wouldn't let him leave until he took a polygraph test. He didn't know how that came out. Sue came back with a couple of beers and some more grass. I told them I'd guarantee to spend all the money and energy it took to put an end to this police bullying. As I left, Mike handed me 3 joints, which I put in my pocket. When I turned at the front door, he touched my shoulder gently, wearing an expression of seriousness I'd never seen on his face before. John, he said, in a slow, thoughtful, deliberate voice. Watch out for yourself. They're out to get you. See that you're never alone with these guys. As I came out of the building, one shadow asked where we were going now. We're going for a long ride. If you can't keep up, tough shit. With that, I roared off down to Wilson, turned west to the Edens, got off at Toohey, and drove to Park Ridge. Thursday, December 21st, 1978. It was just after midnight when I arrived in front of Amirani's building. Leroy Stevens was coming up the sidewalk. He walked over to the tail and told them we wouldn't be long. I decided I wouldn't tell the bastards anything. I was finished being decent to them. Inside, we went from Amirani's main office into what he called a conference room, much larger, where he could spread out his paperwork. I was feeling no pain after having taken the Valium at home and the pot and several beers at Rossi's. The stale warmth in the office put me into a drowsy state. As they talked, my eyelids burned behind heavy lids and their voices were far away. Sam wanted to go all over the facts from the beginning, listing in exact chronological sequence all that had happened, both to me and my employees. I was more interested in learning what he had found out from Sullivan or Kosinsak. He claimed that they were keeping him in the dark, that everyone was stonewalling. The night wore on. It was almost 2. "What do you got to drink around here?" I asked. "Nothing but coffee and Jack Daniels," Sam told me. I passed the coffee and took the Jack Daniels. It was 3/4 full when I started. An hour later, 3 fingers remained in the bottle. The attorneys talked. I drank and became as uncontributing as a fifth wheel. Later, I asked where Stevens was. I hadn't heard his voice for a while. I hadn't heard much. I hadn't heard much at all for a while. Queer street, floating, weightless, a feather on the breeze. Falling. I couldn't remember what I'd said that night. Tired, drugged, drunk, angry. A dumb vacuum was a needed relief. All the loose, senseless thoughts in my brain escaped like balloons. I awoke hours later at Sam's desk, my arms the pillow for my head. I wanted to ask if anything had been resolved, but I had to clear my head first. A knocking on a door. Voices. I finally came to realize I was in Amirani's private office. "Sam?" I said loudly, my voice driving a nail deep into my aching head. "Who's at the door? Where's Stevens? What time is it?" "It's the officers, John. They're taking up their post outside in the corridor. Stevens is out there talking with them, and it's 5:30 in the morning." He helped me to the sofa in his reception room. Seemingly minutes later, he was prodding me. "It's 7, John. You want to get up?" "Yeah, I got a busy day ahead." I could hear Stevens's voice telling the officers in gruff, unpolished terms that he felt they were going far beyond their legal jurisdiction. Sam gave me a cup of coffee, told me he wanted me to see a doctor. He would set up an appointment for 2 o'clock that day. He seemed worried that I was showing the wear and tear of my ordeal. He agreed with Rossi's judgment of the night before. "Don't get caught alone with these guys. They're out to get you." Outside, the first rush of December air bit. It was invigorating. curative, and healthy. As I sat in my car waiting for the cops to remove the wedge their cars made on mine, I told myself the polite stuff was over. I had bought them meals and drinks, and for this they put me down as a simple Simon they can treat any way they want. Well, that was over. They buy their own meals. I drive the way I want. If their junker caught fire again, all they get from me is kerosene. They had hardened me. They were the enemy. Down Prospect to Devon, east to a side street that would lead me to the Shell service station where PDM had an account. Gary, the daytime mechanic, came out and put the hose in the tank, coming to the driver's side as I got out. "You're up early this morning. Or are you just getting in?" he teased. He was a young boy, and at times I had smoked grass with him when the owner wasn't around. In fact, most of the guys here did pot and other things. It was one of the few stations where you could fill your tank and get high at the same time. As Gary looked under the hood, I sidled up to him and held out the 3 joints Rossi had given me the night before. He looked at me nervously and said, "Not now. The boss is here, and those cops are watching us." I told him the hell with them and slipped the joints into his pocket. Inside the station, I asked the owner if any of the trucks had been in yet. He thought they had gassed up the night before. I did a lot of business with him and had monthly billing, several hundred a month. Now I signed, got into my car, and drove off for the Summerdale office. Uncle George's car was in the circular part of the driveway, so I parked on the parallel near the door. "You look like a sick tramp, John. Where you been all night?" I told him about Rossi being picked up again, his wife's call, the night with Amirani, and the Jack Daniels. "No more Mr. Nice Guy, George. If those riffraff come to the door for a taste of booze and some warm air, tell 'em where to go. If they're blue in the face needing the toilet, tell 'em where to go. In fact, I'll just type it up and you can hand 'em a copy of the new rules. That's more than they've ever done for me." Patches had never in his life heard me use that tone of voice. The little guy was so startled he forgot all the rules and came into the taboo section of the house and stared at me. George made coffee while I called Dave Cram. "Don't leave. I'm picking you up. You're doing the driving." Next was Rossi. "Meet me at Dave's in an hour and a half. I need some tools you got." I told George, "Something better happen quick about that restraining order. I'm going nuts. It's bad enough they keep bothering me, but why keep picking up my men and scaring them?" I went into the bedroom, changed clothes, took my Valium, and put the bottle in the pocket of my black jacket. George asked me if I was all right, if he could do anything. "You don't look so good." Amirani doesn't think so either. He's setting up an appointment for me with a doctor this afternoon for a good going over. Ron had called and talked to George while I was shaving. He wanted me to call back, but George didn't know what it was about. Since Sam thought the phones were bugged, I decided to drive by Ron's place before picking up Cram. When I knocked on Ron's back door, he and his wife were sitting in the kitchen, and Norma asked if she could fix me some breakfast. "Just some coffee, thanks." Ron said I looked like hell, and I told him why. No sleep for over a day, except for the cat nap at the lawyer's office. What happened then frightened them. I never sensed it coming. The psychological sandbags I'd stacked against this flood of persecution suddenly caved in. My world went blank. When I came out of it, I was at their table sobbing like a forlorn child. I was exhausted from the act itself, relieved by something that the tears had carried away, and I felt broken. A Mattel doll with a broken crown. They consoled me like a brother and sister would. I felt downright foolish. It's getting to me. I'm supposed to see a doctor later today. And I got up to leave. They asked me to stay, but I couldn't see what good it would do. I even refused the booze they poured for me. I'm just plain washed out, I said, drying my eyes. I drove through the Kennedy Expressway traffic like the Globetrotters' Curly Neal dribbles through a pack of opposing players. The police were having trouble. Turning off the expressway at Lawrence, I made fast time on secondary roads and side streets. At Cram's, I went to the back door. Apparently, at 10, he was still in the sack. I had to knock several times. While he got dressed, I waited in the kitchen. From the bathroom, he said that the police picked him up right after they dropped Rossi at home, and it was after midnight when they brought him back to his house. All they did was threaten me if I didn't come clean. I really don't know what they want. I didn't say anything harmful. They didn't even ask me about grass and pills. I told them I work for you. I see you on the job. We talk on the phone about things that are to be done on the job, and that every now and then a few of us work together, hit some bars after work, and guzzle some brew. But you never hang around for long. For the most part, we put in 10, 12, 14-hour days. You probably more than that. But with all the bookkeeping and appointments or ordering materials, what the hell do they really want? You maybe got tax problems or stolen equipment? Rossi beeped outside. I went out and helped him transfer the tool from trunk to trunk. He said he wouldn't be going to work that day. He and his mother are going to see a lawyer. He was fed up with all the threats and intimidation. I didn't blame him. I felt the same. He was antsy and obviously wanted to leave. But I got him to come inside for a few minutes. I told them that I would make sure my attorneys took care of whatever had to be done to correct this bullshit. Say as little as possible from now on. It will only defeat what the lawyers are doing. Rossi seemed more nervous than usual and wanted to get out of there. Dave and I left a few minutes after him. David was going to be doing the driving. I was too much on edge. The police didn't get a break with him behind the wheel. He drove just like me. By then, it was nearly noon. With some phone calls made from Dave's, I had my day planned out in a rough sketch. First, Stevens wanted me to meet him at DeLeo's restaurant, where he was having lunch with another client. The parking lot was jammed, so David let me out on Elston. Stevens was waiting for me outside the restaurant. He was brief. You got the doctor's appointment at 2. Be at my office at 1:30, and we'll go together. He insisted that I check with him by phone at least once before then. I told him I had only 2 stops to make, where they were, and the routes I would travel in between, just in case I become MIA. I had one piece of business above all. Mary Hill Cemetery had my father's headstone in the wrong place, and they were to have it moved by now. I wanted to see that they had corrected the mistake, but I mainly wanted to visit my father's grave. Often, when the world became too heavy for me to bear alone, I would go there and talk as though he could hear me. Without exception, I had always felt better when I left him. After that, I would make a stop at the Glenview office and cancel my planned visit to the Waukegan store. Little did I know my plans would be altered before I got to the next step. or that what was to happen would change my whole life. Chapter 3. Arrested and jailed on drug charges. It was the noon hour on a clear, bright, sunny December 21st, 1978. David had stopped the car for a red light on the corner of Milwaukee at Oakton Street in Niles, on the way to Mayhill Cemetery where my father was buried. There were 3 cars tailing me. The first car was close enough for me to see the expressions on the officers' faces. All things considered, everything was par. Suddenly, 2 of the 3 cars burst over the center line. One tore over directly in front of us, and in unison we hit our car's brakes violently. The second car closed in on our left, and the third car came out to a rocking halt on our right, effectively boxing us in. From the lead car, 2 officers broke out and ran like madmen, frenzied and screaming, to the door on the driver's side, short-barreled guns drawn. One yanked repeatedly at the locked door. My stomach tightened and locked. I was as scared as I'd ever been in my life. On my side of the car, an officer ripped open the unlocked door. He and his mate screaming so loud I couldn't make out their words. Immediately, he jammed his gun tightly and painfully against my car. "You're under arrest," were the first words I could understand. The other one had a different approach. "Just make one funny move, you son of a bitch, and I'll blow out your fucking brains." Okay, I cried. Even with the tranquilizers, my legs were trembling so badly, I thought they would buckle if I were to try to stand up. I slid out and was snatched to my feet. One pushed me face first against the car, threw my arms onto the roof, and searched me from top to bottom. Without any lost motion, he clicked a handcuff on one wrist. "Put it down behind your back. Don't get slick, motherfucker, or you're gone." He pressed his gun into my side while his partner cuffed my other wrist. The crazy one grabbed my jacket sleeve and ran me stumbling to one of the unmarked junkers and pushed me down by the back of my head into the back floor. "Move one goddamn muscle and I'll kill you." He threw back the front seat and got in with another officer, leaned over the seat and rammed his gun into my upper back, screaming profanities and death threats. I shook so fiercely I thought I'd pass out or have a bowel explosion. Yes, that actually says that in the book. I'm not making that up. Anyway, his ear-splitting voice, the gun numbing me where it was pressing into my back, my guts vibrating, the words, "Dead, death, I'll kill you, motherfucker," over and over made me sure he was going to shoot me. In a moment between curses, I could hear the officers outside telling David to follow them in the car to the Des Plaines police station and "don't get cute or you'll get the sorriest son of a bitch you know." What are these guys doing? What law have I broken? Did they find out about the lawsuit? Maybe their superiors were getting so much heat they were trying to scare me into dismissing the action. I'll bet that's it. My head cleared, and I felt better as I lay on the dusty floor, staring at a crushed Pall Mall butt. As scared as I was, my new concept of why I was being arrested gave me a spurt of confidence. I lifted my head from the smelly carpet and turned my face towards the front so they could hear my voice. What's the matter? What have I done? All I got in return was a barrage of senseless swearing, ending with, "We've got you now, you jack-off." Now I felt more bold because they couldn't answer me. As irate as this cop was, I figured he would have been glad to brag about the charge, if they had one. I asked again what the big commotion was over. He didn't even look back at me, just hung his arm over the seat, white-knuckling his pistol. The bore loomed down at me as large as a shotgun. Better read him the Miranda, the driver, silent until now, said. What the fuck for? Then I became frightened again. The station. I would be back in the station. What would they do this time? Maybe begin where they left off when I was slammed into a wall? What is it they want? I kept thinking. Is that kid from the drugstore still missing? Is it about drugs? What if they won't let me use the phone? They have to let Dave go, and he knows enough to call Amirani. Stevens would be expecting me at 1:30 for our trip to the doctor. He knew I'd been drinking and pilling. I hoped he wouldn't write off my not showing up as merely an intoxicated no-show. The bumps and potholes in the roads were making my head fly up and then down into the floor, jarring my brain. I got a granddaddy of a headache. The car made a wide turn. Then there was less traffic noise and the car slowed. I heard the whoosh and creak of an overhead garage door as the car seat trembled in neutral. Then the hollow sounds in the semi-vacuum of the garage. Let's go, jack-off. He yanked me towards the car door by pulling on the tight handcuffs. I backtracked on my knees to the door and then was ripped out into the garage. I had 2 escorts through a thick glass door into the station. That would be the last time I saw the madman until my trial. There were more officers than necessary hanging around us as they shook me down again. One officer, after removing my brown prescription vial of Valium from my pocket, tore off the label, threw it into a trash can, and set the vial on a table. Everything else was taken from my pockets and put on a desk. What am I being charged with? No response. There was some serious, subtle excitement in the air of the room, and the officers spoke only the words they thought necessary. In a room down the hall, photos and fingerprints were taken just as they had been almost 2 weeks earlier. I washed off what I could of the stubborn ink with some water and gritty powder. I was tired, depressed, feeling dirty and captured. Each time I asked why I was being held, I was given the silent treatment. I was taken to an empty cell and flung in. The huge glass door electronically closed. I was in a confused funk. With a sudden afterthought, I pressed my face to the door and hollered after the guard. Call my attorneys, Leroy Stevens and Sam Amirani. I want to see them now. About 1:30, 2 officers removed me from the cell and marched me to a small room. An old scratched desk, a snow-streaked window, a few chairs. After a moment, Sam walked in. "Leroy's on the way, John. What happened?" I was sapped and only shook my head. "They got David Graham too, Sam." "Yeah, I know. I saw him down the hall with some police having a cup of coffee." "What am I being charged with?" Sam said he thought I would have known. "I'll go try to find what the hell is happening this time. You feeling okay?" I nodded. "Want a cup of coffee?" And I shook my head. He was back quickly. "They have you on bullshit charges of delivery of pot and possession of a controlled substance." I told him that pot stuff was a lie, but that I did have my prescription Valium with me, and for some reason they had stripped the label off of it. "The cop with the mustache did it. Go look. It's in the wastebasket now." They left Sam and me alone in the room. He told me not to worry, that they had to set bond on the petty charges. He would post it, and we would shortly be gone. "Don't make a scene," he said. I told him I was too upset and tired to do anything. Within an hour of Sam's arrival, Stephen showed up. I told him all I knew. Sam was in and out of the room. He had worked many cases in the court building across the police station and knew a lot of the personnel by name. But this day, his glad hand and questions got him zilch. They all avoided him once they knew the subject of his questions, or else they played dumb. The only response he got, as if it had been rehearsed, was that they were waiting for the results on my prints. They couldn't look him in the eye when they said the delay was caused by a computer breakdown. He thought their angle was to stall until they could get a search warrant effected so they could again comb the house on Summerdale. They suggested that Sam stay in the room with me and stop whipping all about the station, bothering the people at their jobs. Something unusual and furtive was happening. The place was a beehive of activity. Sam and Stephen sat down and started on strategy. The problem was that their bailiwick, their ballpark, was a court of law, while I was in that cold war zone between arrest and trial, the make-your-own-rules police station, where the cops called the balls and strikes. I was a member of the opposing team. They dutifully dislike an arrestee, an opposing player, and, like hostile fans, they have their own version of the Bronx cheer and the thrown pop bottle. I was relieved to be joined by Amirani and Stevens, but they, like me, were on foreign soil this December afternoon. In the context of a sentence to Stevens, I had used the word medication, as if that was a cue. Sam walked to the open door and called, "Oh, Officer Piquel, Mr. Gacy is feeling ill, chest pains and nausea. Could you get his medicine from the other room, please?" Shortly, Piquel was back with the brown plastic vial. He handed it to me with a paper cup of water and left. I was surprised. "Sam, this is the same bottle of Valiums they are charging me with as being a controlled substance. See where the tape shows there was a label on it?" I took 3 of them with a swallow of water. Then I shook out 8 or 10 more, and I slipped them into my pocket, set the vial down, and stepped back away from it. The attorneys talked game plan. Piquel returned, saying, "I gotta take the medicine. Evidence." He picked up the vial, which was 10 or 12 pills lighter, and left. The procedure confused me. Are they this stupid? I thought. Something was odd. Sam got restless, knowing he couldn't make any headway at the station, but not wanting to leave me alone with the police. He had threatened the arresting officers earlier with more harassment suits, telling them that there would be a hearing the next day, and if they didn't release me, it would only strengthen his position. He pointed specifically to the illegality of their actions of the day, the arrest and force and abuse without due cause, but nothing ruffled them. Now he gave me a puzzling look. "You've got a heart condition, don't you, John?" I nodded. "Fuck the rules, John. It's a dirty alley fight now. I can't consciously leave you here alone, and I can't make any arrangements here. I think they're gonna keep you. Can you fake a heart attack?" He was whispering. If they left us alone that long after being so cautious before, maybe the room was bugged. "Yeah, I can't fake a heart attack, Sam, but I've got a history of seizures. I can fake a seizure." I felt down in my pocket with my fingertips, plucking out all the pills and lint until I had all the blue tablets in my palm. Sam had a mouthful of coffee left in a styrofoam cup. I took it, put the pills in my mouth, and gulped them all down. "How come you still got pills?" He shook his head and asked if I hadn't taken too many. "No, but they're gonna make me real idle." 15 minutes later, my head got light, and the world went away, leaving me in a warm blanket of drowsiness. Sam arranged my body in a loose lump. "Don't worry, John. We'll have a couple of hours to work with now. You'll be okay." With that, he started hammering on the door. "Gacy's having a seizure! Hurry up, damn it! He can't hardly breathe!" Tovar unlocked the door and looked in, his eyes wide with fear and self-concern. He began yelling even before he got back to the corridor. "Call the paramedics!" The room filled with curious cops. Someone eased me to the floor and made a pillow with my jacket. The pills hit me so hard that not much acting talent was necessary. I couldn't have stood or even made a fist. I was flaccid, head to toe. Everyone was nervous and helpless. No one wanted responsibility for me in my new condition. The paramedics lowered the extension gurney and dragged me onto it. One pushed the wheeled litter, while the other fixed an oxygen mask to my face and wired me to a heart monitor. The police weren't sure if I should be allowed to be taken from the station to a hospital, even after a warning from the paramedics. Sam was running around, waving his arms and adding fuel. "You're trying to kill him! Hurry! Get him to a hospital before he dies!" I could hear the police bickering about who would accompany me for security. Piquel was elected. He would ride in the ambulance with me, and others would follow in a police car. Leroy was jubilant that their strategy had worked. Now they could go off and obtain a bond before the fiasco at the hospital ended. The ambulance weaved and wailed its way to Holy Family Hospital. For 10 minutes I lay on the gurney before they admitted me to emergency. There was a concerned crowd about me, but I was semi-comatose, and their words had no meaning. A tube was inserted through my mouth into my stomach to suck out phlegm and vomit that clogged the passage. My breath barely moved to the indicator bag. Then a room, into a bed, a sense of safety and rescue, overwhelming sleep. My dreams must have been pleasant because when I woke up, I had no immediate recall or fear. The clock on the far wall was the first thing I focused on, and it read 10 o'clock. Incredible! Beyond the doorway stood Piquel. A nurse entered the room, followed by a man in a white smock with a name tag. "I'm the doctor. How are you feeling, Mr. Gacy?" Before I could form an answer out of my pulpy head, he said he didn't think there was any danger, and therefore no reason to keep me asleep any longer. Scratch. And therefore no reason to keep me any longer. Much of the fuzziness in my head had dissipated during my sleep. I slid my legs over the side of the bed and dressed slowly. As I finished, Piquel moved in and handcuffed me. He and another cop walked me out to the car and an awaiting third officer. The wave of cold air dispelled the remaining stupor, and the depressing drama began anew. 4 officers formed a gauntlet to take me from the car back into the police station. In the rush of the warm air in the building, I turned numb, and the incoherence returned. I was walking on a trampoline down an endless tunnel, my head floating on gentle swells like a boat at the dock. Profanity was spat upon me from all directions. "You phony jack-off, you playing acting motherfucker." I tried to protest, to ask questions, but the words lacked strength to reach my mouth. Pushed through an open doorway, into a small room, into a chair, I was prodded in the chest and told to look up. I stared into the face of an angry cop who had a sardonic, twisted grin. "You're under arrest for murder. We've found bodies." That scene I know about only from the trial. I remember being there, everyone angry and hostile, the room smoky and crowded, men coming and going and milling about the small room. But I don't remember any conversations. Did I ask for a lawyer? A phone call? Were my rights read? I'm oblivious to what I would like to remember, to what the state says I conveniently forgot. From early afternoon on December 21st until late into the following day, a page in my life is missing. I could have said anything, and probably did, but I don't remember talking with anyone. I do know the police lied from start to finish during the trial. No one could have mistaken me to be in a rational state of mind at that time. My impression is that the police would pitch 5 or 6 questions to me at once, and in my sense of insensibility, I randomly said yes or no, and they would arbitrarily attribute that answer to any question of the most condemning nature. My only concern that entire day was to have my lawyers in my presence because of the fear the police had instilled in me. If I was capable of talking at all, the words I would have uttered would have been, "I want to see my lawyer." Of that, I am sure. Backtracking a bit, even the marijuana charge was contrived. Later, during the trial, it came out that they couldn't have arrested me without an expert first verifying the substance as being marijuana, and not some vacant lot ragweed. Their case was based on 3 hand-rolled cigarettes in a plastic bag, which had been picked up off a desk in the office of a gas station. No one saw or even claimed to have seen a transfer of a plastic bag from me to another person, not even the police. They had to ask the station owner where the bag had come from. His notion was that I had given it to his employee. It was not ever recorded or suggested that the station owner had witnessed that the package came from me. If the stakeout officers had witnessed it, they wouldn't have had to ask the station owner. No, they had no case. They were improvising in order to build one. In regard to the controlled substance charge, the officers were with me when I had the Valium prescription filled. Evidence in a drug case? No. These guys were stuck with a crime that baffled them, the disappearance of the Peast Boy, and they needed what is commonly known as a sucker or a patsy. They had wasted the better part of 2 weeks and a lot of money keeping 2, 3, 4 men watching me on 3 shifts around the clock. I was the perfect patsy, the man who couldn't prove his evening activities because I spent them alone, mostly in my office, working, boozing, and pilling into the morning. They had kidnapped me off the street at 12:45 the afternoon of December 21st, and their sole intent was to materialize a murder charge against me, relying on the words of someone who knew more about it than I did. Amirani and Stevens arrived back at the station at approximately 10:30 and were kept from seeing me for an hour after I got back at 11. Amirani said he feared I'd had a real seizure and asked how I was physically. I replied that I was drained. I couldn't keep track of anything. "Do you know you've been charged with murder?" I grunted. "Yeah." One of them told me, "John, you wouldn't believe the commotion by your house. The entire block is an army of police. Newspaper and TV guys crawling all over your place. I told them I'm your attorney and needed to access your house. They ordered me away." I watched their mouths moving. Nausea rose and sunk in my stomach. Everything had the indistinct aspect of a scene viewed through a window sheeted with rain. Their words were globs of monotone sounds without shape or meaning. And at that moment, I didn't care. I'm told I asked if my sister from Elgin was there. For what reason, I don't know. Sam asked if I wanted her told. He said I told him yes. Later, he claimed I mumbled something about him misunderstanding me about her. I learned that they sent a car out to Elgin to pick her up at 2 in the morning and brought her to the station in Des Plaines. My attorney said I told him I wanted to talk. He thought I meant with the police, but that it was not to take place until after my sister arrived. I don't believe it. I was moved into a small conference room with both my attorneys and the surveillance officers, plus 2 men from the sheriff's office. Except for the stupor I succumbed to at the hospital, I had been some 44 hours without sleep. 160 milligrams of Valium within that last 12 hours had decimated me, mentally and physically. I went into what was to be called my second statement at 3:30 in the morning of December 22nd. It was a long, rambling, one-sided conversation, with them doing most of the talking, but only a few questions being asked. It started off with me going over what I had said in my first statement, filling in some blanks. That part was as though it was told in the third person. It read as if I were a witness to the document. It must have gone on for about 2 hours, until I wore down. Later, 3 of the 4 of the surveillance team would say under oath that John Gacy was wide awake, alert, and clear-eyed while making this confession in their presence. No official reporter, no required member of the state attorney's office stenographed this drugged muttering. It was drafted, who knows when or with what attempt at accuracy. My attorneys were not allowed to witness the procedure, a flagrantly illegal maneuver. The police had the motive and all the time needed to fabricate or doctor the statement. Much of what they claimed was said was leaked to the news media, which screwed it around to serve its own interests. Prosecutor author Terry Sullivan, in his book Killer Clown, said, page 164, "With his black car and its spotlights, dressed in his black leather jacket, Gacy convinced his prey that he was a policeman, and they did as he told them." But the official statement reads, RD number 78-35203 confidential, page 3, when Gacy was around Bughouse Square, the people he came in contact with always thought he was a cop. The radio and the red spotlight made them think that. They would always do what Gacy asked. You can see the difference. Sullivan continues, based solely on the dubious statement given him by the police. At Bughouse Square, Gacy didn't have to look for potential partners. After stalking one, he would offer the youth a cigarette, then ask if he were interested in having a party. However, the official statement, RD 78-35203, commonly called the second statement, page 5, reads, Bughouse Square didn't have to look for homosexuals. Gacy was then asked if he stalked his victims. Gacy gave no answer. He would have a cigarette with his victims and then ask them if they would have a party. The changing of a few words easily changes the perspective, slanting the truth. How does the word stalk sound? It drew the image they thought. They were better painters than cops. I have admitted to a blackout or drug amnesia or being zonked for at least a day and a half. I stand by that. I was able to see my sister after the interrogation. She was brought in from her home and sequestered in an interview room. I can only recall an extension of confusion carried over from the grilling I had undergone, and a lot of tears in a long past dream. We talked about a few things, how she got down there, what she knew so far. Between the two of us crying to each other, I doubt either one of us made much sense. I recounted that I had been on my way to the cemetery when they stopped me, that I had done nothing wrong, and I didn't understand why I was there. I told her I kept saying whatever they asked me to say, so that they would let me go visit my father's grave. That was called, in police interrogation circles, as the Christian burial ploy. It is designed to work on the accused's emotional state and trick him into saying things he wouldn't rationally say. There are several forms of it. These guys used them all. Dawn, coffee, a small smoky room, fragments of recollection. I was overcome with confusion and fatigue, and Mirani was walking aimlessly up and down the corridor. The clock in the hall said 6:15. Sam walked into the room asking if we wanted some coffee, that we would soon be leaving for a ride out to Interstate Bridge 55, where the police thought some bodies had been thrown into the river. My sister said on the side to Sam, "He doesn't sound like my brother. He's talking so different." I asked Sam, "Did I say that?" "Yeah, you don't remember?" "I don't remember much of anything. I feel sick. Lousy. Things are moving so fast in my head, nothing makes sense. I thought we were going out to the cemetery. They promised they would take me out there." Sam didn't know if they would or not. It was time to move out. A group of men, some from the Des Plaines police, some from the sheriff's office, gathered into 3 cars for the long trip. I was put into the back of one car with my sister and Sam. Leroy Stevens was to follow in his car. I was so tired I kept nodding off to sleep, awakening intermittently from bumps in the road or from more questions. When we arrived at the bridge, we pulled up behind a state police car and got out. The trooper blocked off the inner lane to traffic, diverting it to the right lane. We all walked out onto the bridge in the cold, misty morning air. The sun was bright. The chilling wind swept across the bridge. My head was clearing in the brisk air. I felt spectral, detached, not part of the scene. As we walked toward the middle of the bridge, the group of people thinned out until there were only 4 of us in a tight knot. One officer stayed about 5 feet in front of me, thinking, I guess, that I might run. But my legs were made of oatmeal. Halfway to the middle, I stopped and climbed up onto the concrete base to look over into the river. A cop grabbed my arm firmly. The banks below were lined with thin ice and dirty snow, the murky brown water swirling. A TV camera truck was hurrying toward us down the opposite lanes. Excitedly, 2 officers rushed me back toward the cars. By the time we got to them, the TV truck had parked, and the media guys were running across the middle of the interstate. One officer yelled, "Let's get out of here." We took off, heading back towards the city. As I looked out the rear window, I could see a TV minicam trained on our cars. its operator chasing wildly down the highway. The next stop was the house on Summerdale. The street was besieged with cars and trucks, mostly police people. Neighbors and strangers were everywhere, trying to make sense of it. More people were arriving from all directions. The curious were gathered outside ropes which were strung out around the house, all the way to the curb. An officer lowered the rope so we could turn into the driveway. The crowd edged forward. We proceeded to the back of the house and waited until about a dozen cops surrounded the car before we got out. Even my neighbors' yards were crowded with people, restrained behind ropes that were strung back to the alley. I was whisked through the open garage door. Inside, the garage I'd always kept so orderly and clean was filthy with mud. Everything had been dumped out, turned over, strewn around like a junkyard. I complained and broke off to start cleaning the disarray. I was very angry. The tools were all out of the cabinets, something I had never allowed. Then an officer told me why we had come into the garage. I was to show them where the last section of concrete had been poured. There was one section of the floor which I had left unfinished when I planned to run water and sewer lines into the garage in that corner. Later, after putting up a 4-car addition to the garage, it was more convenient to put the new plumbing in that area, and the concrete slab in the original garage could be finished. After I marked it for them, we walked out of the garage and into the house. It was full of cops and strangers tramping all over the place. I was furious at what I saw. T was a shambles. I'm assuming that meant it. Mud had been tracked all over the carpet. All my large indoor plants had been set on the dining room table. I couldn't see my dog, and I worried about him. Some character came from the front of the house and yelled, "What's he doing here? Cuff him! Get him out of here!" We started for the door and the trip back to the station. I was told that Patches was next door with neighbors, and I asked my sister to get him and to take him home with her. In view of my crisis, I was sure creating sparks over mutiny. It was about 10 that morning when I was returned to the station and put in a holding room. By now, the processing should have been completed on a trumped-up drug charge, and they would have to let me post bond. My sister had gone, driven back home with Patches. I would never see either of them again. Sam and Leroy were trying to find out what was going on. Why the stalling and long delays? The police were forced by law to arrange for the setting of bond. Several hours would pass before we were to learn what they had in store for me. I was without medication, food, or sleep for 2 days. The coffee was burning my insides into an ulcerous rage. I slept in 1 and 2 minute snatches. Detectives escorted me out of the holding room in tight cuffs, through a courtyard past a large crowd which was being held back behind ropes by the police, into a civic center. We took an elevator up to a 3rd-floor courtroom. I slumped into a wooden chair in the small packed courtroom where a Judge Peters presided. I sat with my head down, trying to nod off, forcing my eyes closed tight to relieve their burning, stuporiously untouched by the enormity of what was taking place in my life. I recognized Sullivan, who had smart-mouthed me back on December 13th when he confiscated my keys. Following him before the bench came Kosensak, who had slammed me against the wall. He was the first to take the stand and the oath. The hearing didn't last long. It comprised the reading of a charge of murder against me concerning one Robert Peast. Then there was an argument about bail, Sam asking that it be set while Sullivan railed against it, because it was a murder charge and because of my prior criminal record. He said I should not be allowed any bond. Judge Peters agreed. Amirani protested that I was a sick man who required specific medications and a doctor's attention. The judge changed the order to read, "The prisoner shall be sent to Cermak Hospital, the medical wing of the jail." He asked then if there were any objections. Sullivan, with an expression of dissatisfaction, said, "No objections." They led me back to a cell in the Des Plaines jail, where for the first time I was allowed to lie down on a hard bench after 56 hours without sleep. It was then 3 o'clock in the afternoon. No sooner had I drifted off to sleep than a guard was at my side, poking me awake. He told me to get up. They wanted to talk to me again. I was taken to an interview room and left alone. Their strategy was to wait long enough to be sure Amirani had left the building before they renewed the game. This time, my interrogator had a different face, one I hadn't seen before. He said he was Larry Finder from the state's attorney's office. Could he sit down? I didn't have to talk to him. He only wanted me to clear up some things I'd already said, to see if they were correct. He was a smooth talker. He came on like a helping hand, a friend amid the chaos. Like something to drink? Good openers. Drink? Hell, I haven't had anything to eat the last 2 days. What does a guy have to do to get something to eat around here? All they have around here is vending machines with liquids. Want some soup if they got it? Anything, man. Anything that smells like food. I was tired and punchy, but my stomach was clenched like frozen gears and ached for some food. To Finder's surprise, Leroy Stevens walked into the room. I guess they hadn't counted on him sticking around. Finders asked Stevens, "Do you have any objection to us just talking with him?" Leroy was really off his turf, being a civil attorney, now faced not only with the complexities of criminal law, but with having a client with drug and murder charges. He was a fine lawyer, but this was a whole new field of skullduggery. A lawyer needed the instincts of a mongoose with these snakes. His reply was, "Only if John wants to." He left. I wouldn't see him again until several days later at the Cook County Jail in Chicago. For personal reasons, I felt that I needed to visit my father's grave, to talk to his headstone, to him. I've been repeatedly promised that I might be driven to Maryhill to visit my father's gravesite. I've insisted, but the only time it's mentioned is when I bring it up. Finder said he sympathized and would relay my request, and saw no reason why it couldn't be arranged. That was mentioned to me when I arrived, and it was also mentioned that it is contingent upon your cooperation in this serious matter. As important as that visit is to you, John, So it is important to us to get some questions answered and this whole mess out of the way. The other investigators have told me that. He said I had seemed relieved during and after issuing the earlier statement. Hell, I didn't even know what I had said. I had no memory of giving a statement, so I didn't know what he was talking about. He kept attributing statements to me, saying that I had said this and I had said that, and with it being so close to Christmas, don't you feel that it could be the best thing to tell us exactly where Robert Peast is, so his grieving parents can at least have him buried by then? I feel for his folks, but I'm not the one that dumped him. After another hour, they added to the cast. 2 new faces with new temperaments, voices, words. The questions, though thinly disguised, were the same. The Christian burial game, illegal in every state of the Union, continued. "We're checking how soon we can take you to Maryhill," said the blonde officer from the surveillance team. It was the most loathsome deceit I'd ever seen or heard of. Suddenly, I thought of my 2 laborers, associates who had been harassed along with me over the past 2 weeks. "Who else have you got here?" "Why, John? Are others involved in this? Directly or indirectly?" I looked at the floor. It was useless. My words had fallen on ears deaf with conviction. Finder asking and answering at the same time. "Your associates? Oh, you mean Rossi and Cram?" I don't think I ever answered the question. The state was obsessed with proving that John Gacy had committed mass murder alone. To involve others now not only would have been costly, lengthy, and extremely difficult, but it would have prohibited the use of Rossi and Cram as witnesses for the state. Too much time had been invested in proving me an independent agent of murder for them to attempt to make delicate and obvious rearrangements. Their whole structure hinged on my having no assistance. Too much had been invested in creating that structure. Shaking the ground now might topple their creation. They showed me photos of some people. Some were familiar, most were not. They talked down to me as if I were retarded. I understood why. They really didn't know anything about me, about my personality, whether I was genius or cretin. The effects of my abuse of tranquilizers would not leave me for many months. During this questioning session, I was so lethargic and slow-witted that they must have thought I was always obtuse and beef-headed. I never once during this period made contact with the seriousness of my predicament. They inferred that I knew faces in the photos that I didn't. When my head sunk to my chest from exhaustion, it was taken as an answer and a symbolism that they had created. If I turned my head without volition, it was to give them an answer. I would at that point have signed over my property for a hot meal, said or signed anything for some sleep. I repeatedly said I was dizzy and my head was swimming. One officer grudgingly brought in a cup of clear broth for me to drink. I kept falling asleep on them. But they'd shake me awake and continue to hammer away. Later, during the trial, they spoke of my volunteering all the statements they took down. They swore that I was coherent, lucid, alert. They claimed they asked me to draw a diagram of the house on Summerdale, and then I drew an oblong box and added another on one side indicating the addition. Then, according to them, they asked me to pinpoint the location of the supports under the house and where the furnace was. For the pillars, I supposedly made an X and put a box around it. That is a far cry from my method of floor planning. My diagrams had always been beautifully precise. I never saw this drawing until Finder came out with it in court, saying I had made it. But it was done with a combination of two markedly different pens. Why would I have used two different pens to make a sketch on a small piece of paper? According to Finder, some of the marks represented the burial plots of the victims. In the August 29th, 1983 issue of U.S. Magazine, in its book bonus, prosecutor author Terry Sullivan wrote the following. Bedeau is a state investigator. Gray is David Cram. "Show me where you were digging," Bedeau said, handing Gray a pad and pencil. Gray drew a diagram locating the sump pump and the trenches he dug. I looked at Gray's drawing. If Gacy had groundwater problems, the trenches that Gray had dug made no sense. That's where their diagram came from. Graham made it. 100 questions that demanded answers were either demeaned or ignored. The court found the bulk of my attorney-offered protests inaudible. After my drawing was done, they took me to an empty cell. I went out when my head hit my forearms. Maybe the next few hours of disturbance were pre-planned. Maybe not. But it seemed to me that they shook me awake every half hour to ask another question or to show me another photo. Somewhere in that diabolically created nightmare, they left me alone to escape into the sweet, blank oblivion of sleep. Chapter 4. Cook County Jail. Indictment and Arraignment. Saturday, December 23rd, 1978. At 10 o'clock in the morning, a plainclothes officer entered the cell to see if I was awake. He was one of the detectives with the original tailing team, and one of those who had promised to take me to visit my father's grave. "Are we going to the cemetery today, like you promised?" He looked down at me. "Yeah, I think they're planning on taking you now." 3 officers appeared outside the cell and told me to get my jacket on. We were leaving. The thick glass door to the cold cell opened, and one of them stepped inside and handcuffed me. I was led up the long hall to where the interview rooms were located. The bright lights made me squint until my eyes adjusted to the abrupt change from the shadowy cell. The station was crowded with people from law enforcement and the state's attorney's office. Most of them stared intently to catch a glimpse of me, jostling each other for a better view, muttering in low, somber voices while I ushered into a side room. I was still confused, and maybe not yet as concerned as I should have been, or would have been if it were not for the lethargic aftermath of my long-term use of sedatives. A captain ordered Tovar to take me out to the garage. "Let's go, John. This way. Stick close to me." We went to the garage where, on the 13th, an evidence team had ransacked my car for clues. I followed one officer into the back seat. One followed to enclose me. Two more got into the front seat. And about 7 others stood guard. The huge overhead door cranked open, revealing a small huddle of the bundled-up curious waiting outside. Probably the media trying to get close enough for pictures. As we inched backwards out of the garage, they were jostled by the vanguard of officers. Behind a lead car, we moved as fast as possible down the alley to the street, the newsmen scurrying after us with their cameras flashing. When we hit the street, the driver punched the gas pedal, and we moved out like a bullet. By the time we hit the edge of Des Plaines, the lead car had shunted off to one side in order to break up the parade of cars trying to follow. I had been deceived. We are going south, the wrong direction for the cemetery. "What's going on?" I asked. "The court order says we have to take you to Cermak Hospital at Cook County Jail. Anyway, look behind us. Do you want those reporters walking all over your father's grave? We can't do it now." He was right. "Damn parasites," I muttered, like a pack of dogs chasing a bone. Tovar said, "If you're going to talk in the car, I'll have to read you your rights again." So during the rest of the ride, there was some small talk, nothing worth mentioning. But during the trial, the police swore under oath that I spoke uninhibitedly about the case, further incriminating myself. They lied, like gypsy storytellers. A murder charge, I thought. As helpless as I was, as downtrodden as I felt, my concern was more for my family, my mother and sisters. The shock and shame, the indelible stigma even when, or if, I could walk away from the nightmare clean. Occasionally, one of the officers would make a statement about the case, a statement hiding a question, trying to feel his way into my mood, trying to turn his sardonic face, the friendliness of a helping uncle, prying, prodding, wanting to make the time spent in the car rewarding. After what Tovar said, I knew I didn't dare give an answer. But at the time of the trial, it made no sense. It made no difference. Tovar would take the stand under oath and concoct false statements, claiming them to be my words. Besides, after his noble warning about the Miranda rights, he never did read them to me that morning. At the trial, of course, he said he had, and the 3 other officers backed him up. Who would the jury believe? You guessed it. My denial had less chance than a haystack in a cyclone. It was just before noon on the big wall clock in the first room we entered at Cermak Hospital, the jail's facility for arrestees. Dark and gloomy as a tomb, it was an eyesore, a real dump. If my dog had been hit by a car and this was the vet's office, I'd have to turn around and walk out with my whimpering dog. We gained admittance to what seemed to be an emergency room, with dried blood on the floor, paint peeling off the walls, and a foul odor. I was told to remove everything but my underwear. A doctor and some nurses entered the room, a couple of them cradling long information forms in steel-jacketed holders. The nurses recorded my answers to their medical queries, while the doctor checked my heart and lungs, and the nurse took my blood pressure. A steady stream of gawking employees came through, and a charade of working hospital staff, correction officers, a few authorized personnel and civvies, all unashamedly curious. I felt miniaturized, like something on a slide in the focus of many microscopes. These were staff people, but they were also curiosity seekers, media addicts, probably convinced of my guilt without second thoughts, wanting a look at the person who had dominated the TV and radio and newspapers for the past 48 hours. It must have taken 2 or 3 hours before my examination was complete. And their examination was complete. On the 3rd floor, in a spacious blue room containing 2 hospital beds, a shower, toilet, and sink, I sat on a bed and tiredly looked out the heavily screened window. California Avenue, Chicago. So this is it. My thought. I've read about it, heard about it, and here I am. My view was of a fenced-in parking lot, and beyond that, a higher fence with rolled razor wire spiraling the long stretch of horizontal barbed wire that crowned the formidable wall. I'd never driven past it in my life. My first view was from the inside, looking out. A guard came in and handed me a white towel, a small bar of soap, and a roll of toilet paper. He told me I could take either bed and to come to the door of the room if I wanted anything, but not to step outside the door. These were the only civil words I'd heard in my recent past. Nothing ceremonious, nothing especially courteous. Just humane. It seemed like hours passed, and during that time I had refused dinner. I looked at it, smelled it. I just couldn't eat it. I knew the next meal wouldn't look or smell any better. Eventually I'd have to eat, but it would be a Mexican standoff until I succumbed. About 10 p.m., a man in a white shirt came in and said they were going to move me because they didn't want me on the window side of the building. Although I could hear his voice, my mind was floating thoughtlessly, locking out the importance of my predicament. The room was not warm, but left alone a few minutes, I could tell how dull and fuzzy my thinking system was, due to the residual drugs in my brain, my every body cell. I was in jail on a murder charge, and I didn't have the energy to fight or the ability to care. It was as if I had worked non-stop for 48 hours. The body is moving, but you can't feel a thing. He told me to gather the items they had given me and to follow him. I grabbed my soap, towel, and toilet paper and dragged myself after him down to the end of the hall. He unlocked a mammoth steel door and ushered me into a passage where there were 2 more doors just like the first one. He pointed me through the one on the left. There were no lights, no chairs, no toilet in the room. Only a steel bed bolted to the floor and the center of the room, with barely enough space to walk around. At the far end, a heavy orange metal grate covered the window. My feet were cold and damp on the concrete floor. There was a small puddle of water under the bed. He left and locked the door behind him. A moment later, someone passed a blanket through the window in the door. I covered up my body, but it was still shivering. So I tucked into a fetal position on the thin, smelly mattress, which covered the cold steel bed frame. I couldn't understand why they didn't put me in the room across from and similar to the first one I occupied. I thought I would never get any sleep in here. It seemed that every half hour a guard would unlock the outer steel door, walk up to the open window of my door, peek in with a flashlight, about face and walk back out, slam the heavy door, lock it and walk away. The echo would linger, and the anticipation of his return kept me awake in a nervous waiting game. Sometime after midnight, I was found under the bed with the towel tied tightly around my neck, one end tied to the bed frame. I was lying in the puddle of water. How I got in that position is a mystery to me. I must have crashed out of bed, or either from a bad dream or the first stages of drug withdrawal. They thought I tried to kill myself. They untied me, pulled me out, and put me back on my mattress, tied spread eagle to the bed frame. When I complained about the cold, they threw the blanket over me. I was scared, cold and wet, but in spite of everything, fell into a deep sleep. I couldn't tell how long I was out. Once I had to go to the bathroom and yelled for 2 hours before someone untied me. When I was returned to the bed, I was again lashed securely. The Valiums were still working, and I quickly regained sleep. Late, either Sunday or Monday night, the door opened and my 2 attorneys appeared. An officer entered with them and untied one hand so I could twist over to my other side. They asked me how I felt. I told them I was freezing. "Look at the way I'm being held, Sam. Can't you do something about this?" He made a helpless face. "There's no one around now, but I'll see what I could do tomorrow. Right now, I need you to sign some papers, giving me power of attorney so that I can act on your behalf. Just sign here, here, and here." Of course, I didn't know what I was signing. It could have been anything. I was too exhausted and bleary-eyed to be able to read. My throat was parched, and even talking took effort. Another paper, he said, was a predated resignation from me as street lighting secretary-treasurer for the Cook County Board. He wanted to handle it as quietly as possible before the media got hold of it. I felt that was the right thing to do, so I signed everything they put in front of me, not knowing or reading anything. Again, I asked them to arrange better conditions for me. How can they rationalize tying down a man with a heart condition, especially when he is already under terrible stress? Are they nuts, Sam? This is gonna stomp my heart. All he said was he had to go, and he would be back later. "When?" I yelled as he went out the door. I got no answer. Impatiently, the guard asked if I needed the bathroom. When I said no, he strapped my wrist back down to the bed. I was shut back into semi-darkness with only a 2x4 of light slanting down through the small opening in the door. Again, the door slammed and echoed in my ears as he walked away. The only time I would see anyone was when they brought around medication or when they asked me if I wanted the latest meal. I refused them all. The thought of the first one suppressed my hunger pangs. After what seemed like days, 2 officers came in, removed the straps and buckles, and helped me to my feet. I tried taking a step and stumbled, almost going down. My head whirled, probably more an after effect of Valium abuse than the hunger, fatigue, or the night in straps. They led me around cautiously until I got my balance. My head slowly cleared. "What day is it?" He looked at me and said, "December 26th, Tuesday night." Steadying me by my elbows, the two officers walked me out of the cold room to a rickety wooden bench set along the wall of the hallway. They sat me down on it some 6 feet in front of a small black and white portable TV with a slowly rolling picture. Beyond the TV was a glass wall that looked into a day room. Slow-moving men wandered the hall aimlessly and thoughtlessly. They had the glazed eyes, the vacant look of men drugged into bewilderment. Some stopped in front of the TV and stared at, or through, me. One of the guards pointed to the area where the beds were located. "Go sit on your beds. Go back to your rooms. I don't want you talking to this man." The men were not called by name. I doubt if they would have known my name if they had heard it. Their worlds were exclusive, private to themselves. I was allowed to sit there with an officer alongside for 2 hours. When it was time to return me to the isolated room for the night, a newly arrived guard asked me if I wanted to use the john. Then I was returned to the rancid bed and strapped securely. It was 0-degree weather outside. The room's broken window was crusted with frost, and in the night, wind screamed against it. I slept as pulled together as possible. In the morning, I awoke with my stomach sore from violent shaking during the night. My first sight was the vapor of my breath. On the 28th of December, I would later learn that date, I heard my door being unlocked. 2 guards entered claiming another picture of me was necessary because the one taken when I was booked into the hospital didn't develop clearly. "Sit him up," one said to his partner. The second one stretched me lengthwise as best as he could and lifted my upper body into a slumped sitting position, squatting behind me, pushing on the small of my back to keep my body from sagging and to keep himself out of the picture. 3 fast shots of the camera. They told the guard at the door that was all they needed and left in a hurry. The following morning, one of those photos appeared on the front page of the Chicago Tribune. The shit hit the fan. My attorneys yelled foul. They called for an immediate investigation and demanded contempt charges be filed against Sheriff Elrod and that he be jailed. Elrod raised hell with Warden Hardiman, wanting to know how such a travesty of privacy and civil rights had taken place right under his nose. Finally, when the facts came out, it proved to be the greed of a jail guard that was behind the mess. The man had been a jail guard for 23 years. He had been approached by the Tribune and was paid $500 to obtain a unique photo of me. Being in the identification department, he had no problem passing through security. It cost him more than he was paid. Close to retirement, he was fired from his job, and the defense filed charges against him for violating the protective order signed by Judge White, which covered all in law enforcement and jail personnel working in the Cook County Sheriff's Department. Each time I saw my attorneys, they would stay, but a few minutes. They kept telling me that the reason I was being isolated and restrained was that the administration claimed I tried to kill myself that first night. I told Sam, "They're crazy. Hell, I didn't even know where I was until the 26th of December, when an officer told me, if you can't take care of this, I'll get someone who can. I'm freezing, tied down like an animal, and I can't eat in this position. Do something. All right, stay calm. I'll see what I can do. The preliminary hearing scheduled for December 29th had been canceled. The court citing as reasons bomb and assassination threats. Even with the best security provisions Des Plaines ever had, the court thought it best to reschedule the hearing until after the grand jury returned an indictment against me. On January 3rd, 1979, about noon, I was moved from that cold room to the room directly across from the one where I had been briefly put on the first day. For 10 days I had lived on my back, strapped to a bed, spread eagle. For the last 6 days I have been allowed out of bed for 2 hours a day, to walk with an officer or sit and watch TV. The only other times I was out of bed was to use the toilet and once to shower. My attorneys arrived shortly after noon, their expression saying, "Look what I did for you. I got you out of the back end and free of the straps." A tall, distinguished-looking black man walked in, extended his hand to me, and said, "I'm Superintendent Patrick's. I'm in charge here, and I want to go over some rules that your attorneys and I have worked out for your security here. If at any time you have any questions, just have one of the officers now assigned to you call me." He handed me 3 typed pages listing the rules I would have to follow. There were 27 different restrictions and regulations listed. Who could visit me, phone call rights, mail regulations, personal property allowances, areas of the jail to which I might have access, commissary items, etc. There would be 9 correctional officers assigned to guard me, and they would have no other duties. They would sit at my door and allow no one to enter unless they were on the approved list. They were to have no conversation with me, nor allow me to talk to any other resident at any time. A log was to be kept and entries made every half hour around the clock. Any person entering the room had to be cleared by security, searched, and entered into the log before visiting with me. My life was not my life anymore. It was a public display. If I farted, it would be entered into the logbook for future reference. During the first few days there had been a steady stream of correctional personnel coming up to the floor just to get a look at me. But now they were turned away at the door by the officers assigned to me. The rule was solid. No one was allowed to come into the room without being on the approved list. Even my attorneys had to be searched. Anything coming into the room had to be logged in the book. Sam took a copy of the rules and left with Leroy and Superintendent Patrick's to go to the warden's office to resolve some of Sam's objections to the regulations. After working them out, he returned alone to talk to me about the possibility of my helping the sheriff's office identify some of the victims so that they could be given a decent burial. He assured me that my assistance would be off the record and could not be used against me. We would meet in a conference room downstairs, and he would be present at all times. I questioned his reasoning in wanting me to assist the same people who were trying to put me away. His response was, "Don't worry, John. Whatever you say at this time is exempt from being used against you at any time." Since he was representing me, I felt that I should do as his legal mind dictated, assuming that his interest was the same as mine, that my welfare was his prime concern. I consented to meet with these people. Present at the meeting were Lieutenant Frank Brom and Investigator Philip Bedeker of the Sheriff's Office, Greg Bedell, Sergeant Joseph Hine, and Larry Finder from the State's Attorney's Office, and Amirani. There was no one transcribing what was said at the meeting, no one taking it down word for word. Yet later in court this would come out as Statement Number 5, iterated from memory. After a 3.5-hour bullshit session of questions and answers, speculation and disagreements, more than one person talking at the same time, Statement Number 5 was evidenced as a verbatim recapitulation of that meeting. They had a 10-page statement typed, which said they were quoting me word for word. I later told Sam I didn't think this was done right, and I thought it would come back to haunt us. But he was sure none of it would be used against me. They had given their word. I learned that Sullivan had been there too. He hadn't come into the room because he felt that, because of the rough way he had treated me that first day at the police station, his presence might keep me from talking. Not a day went by that I wasn't page 1 news. People were coming out of the woodwork saying that they knew me or that I had attacked them. The Chicago Tribune and Chicago Sun-Times played the body count game, each day changing the headlines with updated numbers, each trying to outscoop the other as the count rose. During the week of January 3rd, 1979, a grand jury was convened and returned 7 murder indictments against me. All of the victims remained nameless at the time. The arraignment. On January 9th, I was told that I was to be arraigned in a Des Plaines courtroom at 10 o'clock on 7 counts of murder. The assigned officers went over life-saving procedures with me, what I would do, what I should do if shots were fired, which way to turn, where to go in the courtroom, in the car, how I was to hit the floor while an officer covered me, the same if we were walking. Because of bomb threats, some 250 law enforcement officers are going to be used to protect me at the court building. All the rooftops in an area of a square block around the building were under surveillance, all of it cordoned off. There would be 2 groups of cars leaving from the jail, one as a decoy for the media to chase, while we would slip out the back in an ambulance with 10 officers. They worked on these plans for most of the day, only to cancel them the following morning. A last-minute court order rescheduled the arraignment to the 26th in California, the criminal courts building, a day later. Prior to the hearing, Amirani introduced me to Robert Mata, who he wanted to become his co-counsel. All along, Amirani had wanted to get rid of Stevens, since he was a civil attorney, who, as he put it, wouldn't be of much help in criminal matters. Not knowing anything about criminal law, I guessed he was right. I sure needed 2 fighters. I had asked Sam to contact F. Lee Bailey. I would like to have him on the case, Sam. Amirani claimed he would, but in the meantime he would have Mata appointed and at his side for the arraignment in the morning. I told him I was scared, after practicing all these procedures, like me crawling under the table if shots were fired, and an officer falling on top of me until the shooting stopped. January 10th, 1979. After I showered, shaved, and combed my hair, I was given my street clothes. The place was a beehive of activity. My assigned officers shined up their badges and belts to be sure they were photogenic and natty. Assistant Warden Glotz came in, introduced himself, and said he was in charge of escorting me to the courthouse, along with 5 officers. Since I had my jacket on, I assumed we would be leaving the building, but this was not to be. We took an elevator to the basement, where we waited until given the call, the all clear to proceed. We followed a labyrinth of underground passages with a vanguard inspecting each curve along the route before our cluster moved along. We reached the connecting basement of the courthouse by way of a holding pen, where many men were waiting for the day's court. They were made to stand up and face the walls while I walked through the area. All the elevators in the building were taken out of operation, except the one I was to use. We rode up to the 4th floor. We're led down a hall lined with officers standing shoulder to shoulder all the way to the door that took us behind the courtroom. As we got closer, the crowd got thicker. When I finally entered the courtroom, it was like a 3-ring circus. Standing room only, everyone wanting to get close to me to be in the forefront of the picture. At the far side, there were 10 prosecutors and a score of law enforcement officials, including Sheriff Elrod and State's Attorney Bernard Carey. At a long wooden table sat my 2 attorneys. Behind them, a dozen bailiffs stood like wooden soldiers. As soon as I sat at the table and said a few words to Sam and Bob, the court clerk started reading the murder indictments. One by one, the names came down. Robert Peast, John Bukovich, John Zick, Gregory Godzik, Rick Johnston, Frank Landigan, James Mazzara. Amirani entered pleas of not guilty to all indictments and asked the court to dismiss all indictments. Basically, Amirani argued, the motion is to dismiss all indictments based on not only pretrial publicity, but pre-indictment publicity, Judge. Judge, I think nowhere in the annals of the criminal justice system in this country, or in any country for that matter, has there been so much pre-indictment publicity, pre-criminal process, pre-critical stage publicity. I think Your Honor realizes that, with the sophisticated modes of the news media, minicam, so forth, live from the scene reporting, prejudicial publicity which may or may not be true, which may or may not be used at trial, which may or may not be admissible in a grand jury proceeding. All of these matters being put before a grand jury for purposes of indicting a person. None of us in this room, especially here, my client or I or Mr. Mata, will ever know the amount of taint that was placed on the grand jurors because of the nature of a grand jury proceeding behind the secrecy of a grand jury that had to be tainted. There was no way the grand jury could not have been tainted, could not have known of the pretrial publicity. It has hit literally millions of people throughout the state, throughout the country. And for that reason, Judge, we are asking to dismiss the indictments based on pre-indictment publicity, which is tainting the minds of the grand jurors. Quoted from pretrial transcripts, pages 7 and 8, State of Illinois versus Gacy. Next, Amirani argued that the entire proceeding was being held illegally because it had been transferred from the 3rd District to the Criminal Courts building without compelling judicial reason. Des Plaines was where the case belonged, and we had not asked for a change of venue at that time. One after another, Amirani continued to bring forth motions. Competency to stand trial, sanity at the time of the alleged offenses, examination for fitness, motions of discovery, habeas corpus to produce Robert Peast. Then he brought up petitions which he had filed on January 4th, relating to and against the Sheriff's Department and the medical examiner of Cook County, Dr. Robert Stein, to show cause why they should not be held in contempt of court for violating the court-imposed protective order against releasing publicity to the news media. The judge admonished those present that the order would have to be upheld, and any further violation of that order would be dealt with severely. At that point, Judge Fitzgerald assigned the case to Judge Louis B. Garippo, who would hear all the other motions to be brought forth. Namarani continued with more motions and raised the issue of the illegal search warrants. He requested a cease and desist order and prosecution to show cause why the questionable warrants were not on file. Only one warrant had been filed, the one issued on December 13th. There was no record of the one on December 21st, the search that was still in progress. Also, there was never an inventory of what had been confiscated given to anyone thus far. A long discussion ensued, with the state making all kinds of excuses as to why that responsibility had been ignored. The judge said he would turn it over to Judge Garippo to hear any arguments. Bada raised the issue of the state holding my car and trucks again and protested against the destruction of Somerdale property and personal effects. He continued that the vehicle should be released or that the state should show cause for confiscation. The state asked for pretrial discovery from the defense and said they would be seeking the death penalty in the case if facts were presented which would authorize them to do so. Before any other motions could be made, Judge Fitzgerald declared a court recess during which Judge Garippo could be brought in to hear all additional motions. 11 motions had been filed by the defense, and there were 34 pages of transcript for this part of the arraignment. When we returned to the courtroom, the huge crowd of spectators pushed and craned to get a look at me. The jury was teeming with media and artists sketching as fast as they could. Judge Garippo took the bench and the court was called to order. After the reintroductions of the concerned parties, Amirani resumed, advising Garippo of the 11 motions he had filed. He wanted immediate hearings on certain ones. The judge took the pile of motions, went through them, and decided which ones did not have to be heard at the time. When he reached the search warrants issues, Amirani stopped him, stating that the state had not even given us the first warrant, and noted that we have seen nothing, as far as we know, unless we missed. There was nothing posted at the house. I think statute calls for, if the copy of the warrant is not served, it is to be posted. A copy of the warrant is to be posted at the premises. This has not been done. The reader will note that quotes of defense counsel, prosecution, and members of the judiciary are verbatim, taken from the record, and not edited. January 10th, pretrial transcripts, page 35. Garippo. Those should be turned over immediately. Kunkel, for the state. 5 what? 5 separate warrants. 5 separate warrants. Well, they are in the court file? Only one is in the court file. We indicated to Judge Fitzgerald that we have not been served with a copy of any search warrants, as far as we know. Judge, there is no search. Amirani moved for a cease and desist order in connection with the search warrants. January 10th, pretrial transcripts, pages 39 to 41. Amirani. Judge, that is in regard to our motion for production of the search warrants. Our basic argument to that was the search at this time has become redundant. It has become a fishing expedition and should not be continued until prior application has been made to this court. I think it would only be appropriate under the statute and under the Fourth Amendment that law enforcement officials, state's attorneys, and all related personnel come before the court to show probable cause. We're not asking for something unlawful. We're merely asking the law to be complied with, and that the state show this court probable cause in regard to a reasonable search. Garippo. Well, the only problem I see with that is that if counsel does have a point with whatever is done between now and the argument date, the questions that arise, When was the last search warrant issued? Same transcript, page 43. Garippo. Okay. All right. Here's the thing. Your motions are on file. The state is on notice of your complaint. They proceed, I should say, at their own risk. They proceed knowing about your objections. What Judge Garippo failed to do was act on the order to cease and desist and follow the law as it's written, Chapter 38, Section 108. Why wasn't a legal search allowed? Why did the court, after being appraised of that illegality, later allow it to stand without probable cause? That was a case of outrageous arbitrariness by Garippo in his letting the state get away with a flagrant violation of statute law. By the state's own admission, a search was being conducted without the warrants in the hands of the court. I could already see what publicity, public pressure, and political influence had to do with getting a fair trial. Garippo was bending. The next issue brought up was the 2 contempt of court motions against Sheriff Elrod and Dr. Stein for violating the protective order against giving out prejudicial information to the news media. Pretrial transcript, pages 49 and 50. Amirani. Judge, I just want to indicate to this court, I realize this is your first day on the case, but there has probably been no case any time in the history of our criminal justice system that has received so much pre-indictment, pre-trial publicity. I would ask this court, at this time, in regard to the protective order, to strongly admonish the state, the defense, for that matter, strongly admonish all personnel and all witnesses involved in this matter to comply with this protective order. And I would ask this court to completely scrutinize the actions of any personnel involved. Kunkel. Judge, I don't think... I would certainly disagree with many of the statements that counsel has made. And made a statement here, I don't think any particular response is in order on our behalf. We agreed that the order at the beginning. We believe we have complied with it both in the spirit and the letter from the time it has been entered, and would have any way an intent to continue to do so on behalf of the people of the state of Illinois. Yet, that wasn't the case. Kunkel knew there had been leaks from their office. Sullivan knew it too. Quoting Terry Sullivan from his book, Killer Clown, page 180, by Saturday morning I was alarmed by some of the information pouring out of the press. Obviously, there were leaks galore from the sheriff's policemen, from Des Plaines, and maybe from my own office as well. A day later, parts of Gacy's statements were appearing in the press, plus a lot of other information that was dreadfully erroneous. That torrent of leaks, allegations, innuendo, and accusations were deliberately set forth to cover up the wrongdoings of all the law enforcement agencies involved in the case, with the hope that mass publicity would create public pressure against the defendant, John Gacy. The final thing brought before the court that day was the state's attempt to justify the 2 official charges, possession of a controlled substance and possession of cannabis. Amirani was quick to reply, "We have received no copies of the complaints. He told the story that he was present in Des Plaines and knew about only one complaint at that time. Wary that the state might even bring up erroneous charges to cover up the illegal arrest, he demanded an immediate trial on those charges. Garibbo complied, but it was never to come to pass. He moved right along, setting dates for hearings on the other motions for January 24th and February 18th. Emirani then pushed for the court to assign case numbers for the two contempt petitions. Garibbo assigned Dr. Stein case number AC 79004 and Sheriff Elrod case number AC 79005. Neither case was ever brought to trial, just quietly dismissed in political style, Chicago style. My arraignment was continued to February 28th, 1979. A Question of Doubt, Chapter 5, The News Media. Magazines, radio, television, newspapers. Our news medium spectrum do a landslide business by churning out their major wares. Scandals, crime, sex, corruption, violence. Sports, human interest stories, optimism, the funnies, are merely byproducts for most readers. It's the rough stuff that sells the lingerie at Fields and the automobiles at Honest Harry's GM dealership. That's the business the media is in above all else. And most people read the daily paper and listen to the unctuous TV anchor with the believability one generally reserves for Encyclopedia Britannica. The news media is influential and should therefore be held accountable for integrity. I appeared in the newspapers many times from high school years on up, winning American Legion Awards, speech contests, Gacy Awards, Civic Awards, Man of the Year, chairing community projects. When I lived in cities smaller than Chicago, the news articles seemed large. Of course, they really weren't, but the formats made it appear so in those areas. Vest pocket articles of praise and cameo photos of me were more than satisfying. Maybe the small paragraphs about me were exaggerated with good intention. It was later that I got my initiation into how the press works, big city style. Starting on December 23rd, 1978, a flood of coverage toward the making of a notorious criminal began. The media didn't have to know much in the way of facts, only that the police were holding a man who owned a house in Chicago, in a Chicago suburb where they had uncovered some bodies. Headlines followed. Dig for bodies at suburb site. Sex criminal hints 20 slain. Chicago Sun-Times, 12/23/78. Not to be outdone, the Chicago Tribune screamed, "Bodies of 3 teens found. 29 more fierce slain." 12/23/78. Stories followed under massive headlines. Police quizzing suburbanite, alongside Gacy fond of playing a clown. By this strategy of juxtaposing one story with another, I was made guilty in the mind of the public immediately. No iota of evidence or single fact was sought in reference to me by the Chicago newspapers. They accepted leaks by minor policemen and insignificant associates who had eavesdropped to pick up the insubstantial information that always surrounds the first waves of a sensational case. Each newspaper had its sources, but no scruples about accuracy. Only a need to scoop the other. Information gaps were filled by overzealous reporters creating bizarre, inflammatory stories out of whole cloth, a creative writing class eager for bylines. This continued for 30 days. In the first 72 hours, there were 29 different headlines and attendant stories, none of which were accurate. My rights were notoriously trampled. The members of the media felt the rush and the power of being able to stir into a frenzy not only the city of Chicago, but the state, the nation, many countries. They rose from the authorship of trite columns that sold lingerie and automobiles for their advertisers to the authorship of stories designed to shock their readers into a frenzied addiction for more detail. Spine-tingling sex and the graphics of murder were supplied a ravenous public for months. My fate was sealed by journalistic innuendo founded on speculation and imagination gone wild. The media was able to cast a die and stamp it upon the collective mind of its readers. Okay, so the beginning of chapter 5 starts on what is numbered page 89, and then this copy of the book I have is missing page 90, so that previous statement doesn't get to completely end. And then I don't know what page 90 might have talked about, but page 91 starts off with what says, I assume the previous word was professional. And so it says professional reputation were offhandedly disregarded. And, I mean, we're about 100 pages into this book, or what would have been 100 pages into it. And I don't think I really need to tell you that I'm pretty sure page 90 would have just been more of John Wayne Gacy acting like he didn't murder people, despite the fact he had like 30 people dead under his fucking basement. This book is so fucking stupid. So anyway, here's page 91 in chapter 5. And this is, I just want to say also, I guess you would say tipping point in the book, where whoever scanned this and uploaded it, I don't know why they were missing certain pages, but this PDF starts to purposely or maybe unintentionally omit pages. So anyway, here is the rest of chapter 5, page 91. It wasn't just the stories picked up from leaks by the sheriff's office, the Des Plaines Police Department, and the state's attorney's office that molded the minds of the public. There were also people who would say anything to be recognized for the first time in their lives. People who wanted to feel important. A barber on Montrose Avenue in Chicago gave the story to the newspapers that John Gacy had come into his shop every week to get his hair trimmed and talk politics. Had seemed very strange, and when leaving, always left a $5 tip. Which, once again, for context, 1978, $5 was a lot of money. Now, you would think that with a little checking that the story might have been verified or dismissed. For the past 7 years, I had gone to a barber located next to Democratic headquarters in Norwich. I never paid $5 for a haircut in my life, let alone left a $5 tip. But the newspapers printed the story as truth. Another story claimed that I had picked up two 18-year-old hitchhikers on Interstate 55 in September of 1978, drove them to a wooded area, and physically attacked them. Printed as fact in the newspapers, the story was never investigated by the media. I was in Little Rock, remodeling a drugstore at that time. Not only does the employee who went with me verify this, but also the owner of the drugstore. And I have the airline ticket stubs and my PDM business records for further proof. Others said that I approached them, driving my big black Oldsmobile with the two spotlights, one red, one white, during the summer of 1978. The only problem with that is that car was a 1979 model, and I took delivery from the dealership at the end of October of 1978. By the end of December, the newspapers had made me as notorious as John Dillinger and Al Capone put together. So naturally, the radio and television talk shows, the magazines, and the rest got on the bandwagon. Books were written about me by people who never met me, books composed of newspaper articles and police leaks. People who had never met me gave me their insights about me, recalled mannerisms which now were divined into idiosyncratic. Former employees said that I had made sexual overtures to them. Why, then, did they continue to work for me? According to the Sun-Times, one claimed that on a night in June 1975, I had propositioned him. The story failed to mention that he worked for me for 2 years after that date. 4 years later, he came forth with the story. Credible? On January 3, 1975, the Tribune reported a young man's claim that he was attacked by Gacy and a second man. Since this story didn't fit the state's case, they quickly reacted with, "Police do not believe Gacy had an accomplice in the multiple killings linked to him." During the year before the trial, all of 1979, there were 146 separate stories in the Tribune and Sun-Times about John Wayne Gacy. There were 19 half-hour television programs with John Wayne Gacy as the topic. There were 29 articles in every kind of magazine you can think of, from Time, Newsweek, Christian Science Monitor, Life, all the way to Hustler and Playboy, all founded on the inaccuracies created by the Chicago newspapers. There were 16 hardbound or pocket books that mentioned John Wayne Gacy, others with 1 or 2 chapters on him. A 45 RPM record was cut with 2 songs about John Wayne Gacy. Finally, in the area of books, a different aspect of media, which also molds many minds, 2 hardbound books about me were published before I was convicted. In the first one, 29 Below, by Jeff Rignall and Ron Wilder, Wellington Press, 1979, Rignall claimed he was the last living victim, having been attacked by me and another man. I know no one named Jeff Rignall. Apparently, he has never been in my home. Quoting from the book, page 70, Jeff blinked his eyes several times to make sure he was really awake and tried to move his arms and legs just slightly. He was regaining control of himself. He could see that he was in some kind of family room. He noticed a short flight of stairs at one end with a door above it. Rignall could not have been in my family room. There were no stairs. That house was ranch style, built on 1 level. He goes on to say, there was a sort of early American Danish bookcase and a couple of chairs. There were no bookcases in the room. Then he writes, the couch Jeff was lying on was lumpy, and the material was scratchy and worn. The only couch in the family room at my house was made of dark brown, smooth leather. Again, the main object in the picture was outlined with twinkling lights, the kind you see everywhere at Christmas. All the pictures hanging on the walls throughout the house were oil paintings, and none of them had any lights on them. The man made up this story. None of those paintings were found in my home. On page 75, he states, He could see the light fixture that he thought must be somewhere in the middle of the kitchen. There were no light fixtures in the kitchen. Both lights in my kitchen were flush recessed. It cannot be seen unless you are standing in the kitchen. Even the description of the outside of the property is wrong. There was an old-fashioned metal steel light on the property in front of the house, and the railing near the doorway had a decorative curlicue trim. Pages 193 to 194. There were no railings on the house at all during the 7 years I lived there. A small wire fence that seemed to serve mostly as a decoration surrounds the yard. Once again, he's wrong. The main part of the front yard was made up of the circular driveway, trimmed with railroad ties and large stones. There was no wire fence anywhere on the front yard of the place. For a man with so many claims against me, he certainly doesn't remember where he was. And from his errors, one cannot believe he was attacked by me in my house. Throughout his book is found one fabrication after another. Nothing in it even resembles the truth. Yet it was published. It was read. The public and the press ate it up as true and factual. Just before the trial, another book was published, The Man Who Killed Boys, claiming to be the true story of mass murderer John Wayne Gacy by Clifford L. Leyendecker. St. Mary's Press, 1980. The book seems to be based on stories from the newspapers and other media, with little research. Simple facts that could easily have been checked out never were. The book was rushed off the presses, intended to come out just before the trial to make a buck, with no regard for the people involved. Excerpt from Leyendecker's book, page 18. The first high school he attended was Carl Schurz, a huge co-educational school on the far north side. At Schurz, Johnny Gacy was no more and no less noticeable than any other student. He was never one of the popular boys. Nevertheless, he made friends and he got along well enough with his schoolmates to earn a reputation as a generally easygoing young man. Although later he told his first wife that he was taken out of school in a straitjacket a couple of times after flying into uncontrollable rages. Had Leyendecker done any research, he would have found that I had never gone to Carl Schurz High School, and never was, nor did I claim to have been, taken out of any school in a straitjacket. Further down the same page, talking about my first wife, even though they dated only once when they were both 16, she remembered his neatness. She was a student at Schurz, and he had just transferred from there to Providence St. Mel High School. Wrong again. Neither of my two wives were my age. I was older than both of them. My first wife never attended Schurz or any other school in Chicago, and I never attended Providence St. Mel. Moving on to page 44, but all other recognition was eclipsed when he finally realized his goal of leading a chapter of the Jaycees. He was elected president at Anamosa. In all my years in the Jaycees, I never held the office of president, or at Anamosa or anywhere else. A simple fact that could have been checked out had the author done any research. It is not my intention to nitpick through the books written by opportunistic men. I'm attempting to show that no judge or jury anywhere in Illinois could have claimed immunity to those infectious writings. Some of the writings were more damaging than others. On page 53, Leyendecker writes, on February 12, 1971, John Wayne Gacy Jr. was charged by Chicago police with disorderly conduct on the complaint of a teenage boy. The youngster, an admitted homosexual, said he was picked up at the bus terminal by Gacy, who then took him to his home and tried to force him to commit a sexual act. The case was dismissed when the boy failed to appear in court. The youngster was 18 years old and had a police record. According to a statement by an Albany Park, Chicago police detective, this is what happened. Gacy, while driving his car, stopped for a light at LaSalle and Randolph, picked up a hitchhiker claiming to be cold. While in the car, driving down Kennedy Expressway, the young man propositioned Gacy to give him a blowjob for $10, or he could get him an 8-track tape deck for his car for $10, plus letting him give Gacy the blowjob. Gacy stopped his car on the expressway at the North Avenue exit, got out, went around to the passenger side, opened the door, pulled the guy out, and threw him over the guard railing, got back in, and drove home, where he was arrested some 5 hours later by us. The detective said he then went to the address where the man had told me he had the tape decks and found a bunch of stolen items. The 18-year-old was charged with theft, and the charges against me were never prosecuted. This is a matter of police record. My parole officer, Mr. Lunt, attested to these facts and my innocence. Because of all the publicity before the trial, it was open season for any irresponsible writer to make false statements about my character. They went unchallenged. What are my feelings? There has been so much written about me, it would take years to undo a fraction of the harm that has been done to me. 80% of what has been written about me and my family is false or taken out of context and used by mercenaries. The search for truth was mismatched with a frenzy of greed and professional aggrandizement. The latter prevailed. Chapter 6. Pre-trial motions. Pre-trial motions are the guidelines that are set to make a trial run smoothly and fairly for both sides. In a case like mine, there were plenty made by both sides. Many that you read in this chapter will be self-explanatory, and I will list them with little or no comment. Others will be highlighted to show the game playing that went on before the case came to trial. Stalling by the state and political manipulation by the judge in the interests of the state. Sam Amirani was the first to file, as soon as I was charged with 1 count of murder. On December 29th in Des Plaines, because of what they were finding at the house on Summerdale, he had petitioned the court for a psychiatric examination of the defendant, John Wayne Gacy. Then, because of the continued leaks coming from all the law enforcement offices, the Des Plaines Police, the county sheriff, and the state's attorney's office, he filed a motion for a protective gag order to silence the speculations and rumors escaping from the investigations. The strategy in the leaks was to release so much adverse publicity that it would be believed that they had me cold and red-handed. The more certain the conviction, the less criticism the public would level at the police work. The court order read, in general, that no persons in the state's attorney's office, the Cook County Medical Examiner's office, or any employee of the Des Plaines Police should give public statements of matters which should be prejudicial to the defendant's right to a fair and impartial trial. In short, nothing about the case should be given to the news media about anyone in custody. But those offices continued to release information that was favorable to them and destructive to my defense team. On January 10th, 1979, mention of this court order was reiterated in court by Amirani because of some of the investigative offices had contemptuously paid it no heed. The court glossed it over, shrugged its shoulders, and proceeded. After the indictments for 7 counts of murder were read at the arraignment, Emirani came back with his first of many motions of the day, that being to quash the indictments. He based his motion on the grounds that no competent evidence was being heard before the grand jury, that the state did not call any of the eyewitnesses who may or may not have been in a position to identify the defendant herein, and relied on the hearsay statements of a police investigator who was not present at the occurrence which is the subject matter of this indictment. That without notice to the defendant or his attorneys, defendant was indicted without a preliminary hearing. Following this came a motion of discovery, asking that the state be directed to furnish to the defense copies of all material it intended to use against me. The state responded by requesting discovery from the defense. One of the big issues which will come out during the case, pre-trial, all the way through the trial, was the unusual and illegal way the Fourth Amendment was abused to satisfy the needs of the state. He asked the prosecution to produce and preserve all search warrants and complaints for search warrants. I had been in jail 19 days, and still not one warrant had been served on me. Not one warrant had been posted on the premises, and no cause had been given to show why the warrants had been issued, or how many had been. As they cannot be produced or proof shown that they were even issued, the search was illegal under Illinois laws. The rules were perfectly clear as to search warrant procedures. Yet, for some reason, all the rules were thrown out the window in this case. Emirani knew that the search warrants were erroneous and therefore illegal. Emirani protested that he had been refused admission to the property, although he had the right to protect the interests of the defendant, his personal property, and the real estate owned jointly by his family. Because the search warrants had not been produced, he motioned the court for a cease and desist order, stopping all work at the house until the state could prove it had valid search warrants and had shown cause for the issuance of such warrants. Attorney Mata, in another motion, asked for the return of my motor vehicles. There was no reason to be holding the 3 vehicles unless the state could show a preponderance of evidence that such vehicles were used in the commission for a criminal offense. The state refused to return them, even though they had been finally combed and cleared. Perhaps they were afraid I might sell them to raise money for my defense. I could think of no other reason. One of the vehicles, a pickup truck with a snowplow, was being used illegally by employees of the county to plow parking lots, making money for their personal use. They disconnected the odometer and left it disconnected. It was still disconnected when it was finally returned to Emirani and Mata. Another motion filed that day was to compel the prosecution to disclose whether it would request the death penalty. The prosecution averred that it should not be compelled at that time to answer it. It would only say that if it got a conviction, it would then seek that penalty. The state's attorney's office was the bailiwick of politician Bernard Carey, who was at that time in his push for re-election and who knew the favorable public impression that could be made by a death penalty announcement. As throughout the trial, the convenient brotherhood of politics and law reared its powerful head. On January 30th, my next court date, the state moved to extend the exploration and excavation of the Summerdale property, contending that there had been 5 search warrants issued and voicing a remonstration to the cease and desist motion. Emirani protested that Judge Garippo had not yet ruled on the motions of January 10th, and that to allow them to go further would be to grant them a fishing license. He demanded to be shown by evidence why the court would justify any continuance of the search. that they were already outside the bounds of the original warrants. Garippo tried straddling the fence and wouldn't address the issue, claiming it was all too confusing. Finally, he took refuge in the weather, saying, "I think that in the view of the fact that the weather is so bad anyway, I don't think much work can be done in the next few days. So before I would sign this order for further exploration, I might as well litigate quickly the issue of the search warrants. Because if the search warrants would be invalid, I would be extending an invalid search warrant." Transcripts, pages 68 to 69. Judge Garippo set a hearing for February 16th so he could start ruling on some of the motions that had been filed. So on that date, the first of many hearings were held for motions prior to the trial. Two issues of the day were the matters of illegal arrest and the questionable search warrants. Amirani wanted both issues dealt with so as to create a chronology and a sequential order for the trial. The first search warrant was issued before my arrest, and the second while they were holding me at the station on the drug charge. The first officer called as a witness was a member of the surveillance team. Amirani used them to show that Des Plaines and Niles, where the arrest took place, were not adjoining communities, and therefore officers were out of their jurisdiction. His other purpose was to show the illegality of the marijuana charge. I had no marijuana on my person at the time of the arrest, none in my vehicle, and was not observed by police to have rid from my person anything resembling marijuana. But in cross-examination, the officer claimed that, earlier that day, he had seen me pass to another person what he believed to be marijuana cigarettes in a plastic bag. That, following my departure from the gas station, he recovered the bag from the owner, who said that I had given it to his employee. So the officer wasn't sure that it came from me, nor was it tested prior to my arrest. Actually, they didn't know at the time of my arrest if it was marijuana. Upon redirect questioning, Amirani wanted to know why the officer waited 3 hours before making the arrest, and why there wasn't an arrest warrant obtained during that time. Since the officer was assigned to the Des Plaines Police Department and the arrest was made in Park Ridge, were the Park Ridge police notified? No. Did they take me to a station in the district I was arrested in? No. The officer stated that he had followed me from the municipal limits of Park Ridge into Norwood Park, through Norwich, on into Chicago, making a stop in each municipality, even talking to me before stopping me in Niles. When in hot pursuit of a culprit, the police have the right to pass from one jurisdiction into another. The officer admitted that he was not in hot pursuit, that Gacy was not fleeing or eluding. Garippo ruled that it was not hot pursuit. Amirani made the point. So, they didn't have the jurisdiction, since it was not hot pursuit. Amirani went over the officer's log, which stated that I was picked up at 12:15 p.m., and although we're never formally charged with possession, I was at 10:30 p.m. charged with murder. He pointed out that I was not charged with murder until the following morning, so in fact I was kidnapped and forcefully and illegally detained. Transcript, pages 85 to 137. The next witness was Greg Bedeau, investigator with the Cook County Sheriff's Department. Amirani quickly established that Bedeau had never investigated any person other than me in the disappearance of the Peast Boy. It was affirmed that no other subject existed in his mind from the first moment he suspected me until the moment of my arrest, that he directed an investigation without a shred of evidence linking me to a crime. Amirani was able to get Bedeau to testify that his office was responsible for my arrest and, more important, that I had been detained for 13 and a half hours until they could obtain a warrant for my arrest. Amirani then reminded the court that there were three things that had to be decided. First, whether there was any authority to arrest, which he doubted. Second, whether there was probable cause for the arrest. Certainly nothing pressing, since the action wasn't taken for 3 hours. And third, that legal process was ignored and that the detention was for the purpose of putting undue pressure on me. For the arrest to have been legal, I should have been brought to the Niles Police Department, where the arrest was made, or to the Park Ridge Police Department in the district where the offense, the transfer of marijuana, took place. The third witness to be called was another officer from the surveillance team. He testified that on the night of December 19th, he went to my house to use the bathroom, and while there noticed a foul odor hanging in the air. When the heating unit clicked on, the odor became more distinct and putrid. The state's attorney guided the officer to say that the odor was similar to that of a decomposing body. He had been on the police force 8 years, and in that time had been in the presence of more than 40 bodies that were in a state of decomposition. The smell was the same. In cross-examination, Amirani attacked the officer's self-proclaimed talent for identifying the nature and source of scents. He asked the officer why, if he was so certain on his talent, did he postpone relating this powerful information to his superiors for the next 40 hours. Continuing his attack on the officer's ability to detect that kind of odor, Amirani asked, "You know that there are things that smell similar to putrefied human bodies. Is that correct?" "That's correct." "Among those would be the decaying vegetables, for instance. Is that correct?" The witness answered, "I would imagine, under certain circumstances." "Among those things that would be decaying non-human animal bodies. Is that correct?" "Correct." "Among those things would be feces, either human or animal. Is that correct?" Again he answered, "Correct." Transcripts, pages 211 to 212. Amirani readdressed the court on the issue to squash the arrest and the tainted second search warrant. He brought the facts to light. There is absolutely no testimony showing that Mr. Gacy was attempting to avoid arrest, and there was no hot pursuit. That is the statutes of the law in Illinois. It's statutory, Judge. Chapter 24, Sections 747 and 748. Section 7 to 47 defines a police district. A police district is the territory which is embraced within the corporate limits of adjoining municipalities. Pretrial transcript, page 18. He then pointed out the results of the testimony of witnesses. The point is that the arrest, and it was brought out by Officer Badeau in the extensive cross-examination of the state, it was a subterfuge, a ploy, a pretext to get Mr. Gacy in custody in hopes that something would be found. With all the information that was collected, allegedly collected, because we don't have it in the complaints for the warrants. No request was made for arrest warrants. A second search warrant had not been prepared and was issued only after Mr. Gacy was in custody for 7 hours. Amirani compared this to the classic case of Brown versus Illinois in the U.S. Supreme Court, cited at 422 U.S. 590, which came up in 1975 after a murder conviction. Brown was arrested by Chicago police without a warrant for the purpose of conducting another investigation. While being detained, he waived his Miranda rights and voluntarily gave statements when confronted with items found during a search. This case, too, was one of illegal detention. The matter of the Miranda rights was immaterial, because the issue in that case, as well as mine, was not the Sixth Amendment violation, but the violation of the Fourth Amendment, unreasonable search and seizure. That's what Amirani was now questioning. Brown was found guilty, but later, by an 8-0 decision, the Supreme Court reversed the verdict. Amirani. To make an arrest without an authority is certainly unreasonable. The arrest was a sham, and according to the High Court, you cannot profit from your own wrong. That to violate the man's constitutional rights is no better than violating the law. When Amirani finished, William Kunkel argued for the state that the one had nothing to do with the other, that nothing was gained by the arrest to render it dismissible or to allow the defense to squash the search warrant. And even if it had been illegal, they had plenty of ground to arrest me, maybe even earlier than they did. The judge gave Amirani a chance to respond and clear up a few questions for the court, but my attorney's lack of experience and background in criminal law left him nonplussed. Garippo asked, "Do you have a case of a police officer's district, if it's an otherwise legal arrest, was made out of his district by a police officer of this state, would give to suppression of evidence?" Amirani responded, "No, Your Honor, not specifically." Garippo gave Amirani several chances to help the court make a decision in support of what Amirani had said during the hearing, but Sam couldn't follow through. So Judge Garippo stated, "The motion is entitled, the motion to quash, arrest, and suppress evidence. I have always stated that there is no motion in law as a motion to quash arrest." The court only makes a determination as to the validity of the arrest when the court has to determine whether or not evidence seized as a result of unlawful arrest is subject to suppression. Pretrial transcripts, page 253. So, my even assuming at the worst for the state that the arrest was illegal under Brown, the court has to make a determination as to the connection between the arrest and the actual taking of the statement. So the motion to quash arrest, which I don't think there is such a motion. It is commonly filed, but I have always stated there is no such a motion. But I make a finding that there is no showing that the arrest of John Gacy at 12:15 is in any way connected with his statement some 13 hours later, in the presence of an attorney and against the advice of his attorney. So the motion to suppress evidence will be denied. Pretrial transcripts, page 254 to 256. He then set over his ruling on the search warrant until February 21st, 1979. The hearing that day had lasted until almost 5 o'clock. You could feel the tentativeness in the courtroom. There was fear of the unknown terrain and the danger that an indiscreet move might cause, and no one wanted to make an unretractable error. The law was playing second fiddle to the pressure of the ever-present news people, the political pressure on those involved who had re-election to deal with, worrying about the public whose rancorous feelings were the result of, and being fed by, the media. And, like the politician he was, the judge equivocated throughout the trial. Never did he show the precision and clean-cut language one expects of a jurist. He claimed that there was no such motion. There was no motion such as Amirani raised, quashing of the arrest, yet it continued to be allowed during the hearing. I had asked for F. Lee Bailey as a counselor, and the need was now evident. The lack of experience of Amirani and Mata, both young and newly out of the public defender's office, having only 5 years of experience, was showing. My case was of a magnitude that could have proven awesome to any lawyer in the country. It was a unique case, and its technical difficulties were redoubled by the centripetal pressures of media brainwashed public, the media itself, and concerned politicians. On February 21st at 11:50 a.m., the hearing was called to order by Judge Garippo. The motion before the court dealt with quashing the search warrant on December 13th, the 2nd of December 21st, the 3rd and 4th of the 22nd, and the 5th issued on December 29th. The reason for introducing all 5 together was that the ruling was going to affect all 5. If the first or second one fell, the rest would fall by domino theory. Mr. Mata would attack the face of the warrants, then what is called the 4 corners of each. In his opening remarks, Mata said, "I believe that the law is clear, Your Honor, with respect to the person and the place to be described. There is the requirement that the person to be searched and the place to be searched be described with particularity and specificity. The description must be so specific, in fact, so accurate, as to avoid any unnecessary or unauthorized invasion of the right of security. It should identify the premises so accurately, that it leaves no discretion whatsoever to the police officer. The first corner of a search warrant regards the person. The warrant of the 13th stated that John Wayne Gacy was to be searched, but have nothing in the way of description of the person. Point 1 ignored by the police. The second corner of a warrant regards the place. That search warrant gave an incorrect address, namely Norridge, Illinois, rather than Norwood Park Township. This mistake alone should have invalidated the warrant. The third corner of a warrant regards the naming and description of any items to be seized. Quoting from the warrant, light blue down jacket with hood, tan-covered Levi pants, brown wedge-type suede shoes, lace type, brown leather wallet, Levi t-shirt, along with hair samples, blood-stained clothing, dry blood sample along with 3 vehicles, which list them one by one. Pretrial transcripts, page 268. Mata tore that apart by saying that if you're going to a home where only male persons live, what else would you find besides male clothing? The descriptions of the property to be seized were not sufficiently detailed. It didn't state who the jacket belonged to or even the size. No mention was made of the kind of material or if it was zipper or button down. The inadequate description could have fit those belongings to any number of people who frequented my house. Brown leather wallet. Half the men in Chicago carry a brown leather wallet. There was not even a caution to look for identification in such a wallet. T-shirt, Levi pants. Again, there was no way to tell from the warrant who these items might belong to, had such been found. Hair samples. Whose hair? What color? What length? As far as the warrant concerned itself, it could have been my hair they would seize. The effect of the warrant was to give the police a fishing license. According to their inventory, they had seized 39 items from the house, none of which were listed on the warrant. This is known as a legal search and seizure. The fourth corner of a search warrant concerns probable cause. The complaint for a warrant must show probable cause that certain evidence is going to be found where an informant says it is. In this case, a reason to believe that Robert Peast would be found at my house. Such could not have been shown in the complaint for this warrant. No one could have put the two of us together. We were not seen conversing, near each other, or even in the same area after Peast walked out of the drugstore. Nor did we talk to each other in the store regarding work. It was pure speculation that since he left the store to talk with a prospective employer, that man had to be me. Robert Peast never said that he was going to talk to John Gacy, nor did anyone see us talking together outside the store. Total speculation, Mata told the court. Those were simple, uncomplicated facts. The state defended every corner of the warrant. Kunkel claimed that he didn't think it necessary to give any more detailed description to the blue jacket, and he felt that the general items listed on the warrant were inadequate. Concerning the items seized but not listed on the warrant, he used the clause from the rule of plain view evidence. The attorney cited court cases relevant to their respective stands. Amirani again claimed it amounted to a fishing expedition, a general search in the sort prohibited by all the courts in the land. He said a search warrant can't be general in its descriptions, that it must state specifically what it sought and where it will be found. He closed his day's presentation on that note. Chapter 7. The Investigations. How does an accused start an investigation knowing that the state has a couple of months head start? How effective could it be after profuse damaging publicity, charges made with false substantiation, has created so negative an impression of the public mind? Most of the publicity involved stories deliberately leaked by law enforcement officials in violation of the law. My lawyers were hampered by a rhythm set by the state attorney's office. A chess game wherein a player cannot plan or make a move until the adversary makes his. Amirani was slow in getting started and having to wait for the state to tender statements of witnesses and to show what evidence it had under the motions of discovery. The state would continue this delaying game until it was forced by the court to make its move. In a case of this magnitude, the problems become tenfold. Every person who made a relevant claim had to be interviewed, and a statement taken from each and evaluated to determine how much of the story, as printed, was fact, and how much was fabricated by the reporter to make it more interesting. Many times, paragraph after paragraph was created from only one sentence of data, the remainder being fantasy, allegation, innuendo. Amirani checked with me once or twice a week, asking if this or that scrap had any foundation. If I had ever worked in DePage or out of Calumet City, if I knew this guy or the one who said that about me. We spent long hours sorting fact from fiction in every media story. I finally told Sam, you know, if all these stories were true, I'd have to spend 24 hours a day doing nothing but this stuff. He looked at me and smiled for a change. Yeah, you're right. But I still have to ask you, because we're not sure which of these people the state intends to use as witnesses to try to prove that you're that type. I was beginning to believe that there had to be 2 or 3 of me out there. No one person could have done all the things that were attributed to me. Some of the tales told happened simultaneously. This extensive checking, investigating, was just one of the many difficulties Amirani and Stevens faced in the beginning. Sam sorely needed help, someone with another train of thinking, someone with new questions, more expertise, more cunning in criminal trials. He came to realize this need after a while. His solution was Bob Motta, another untested attorney from the public defender's office. Bob was like Sam, and that neither had been in private practice, getting their bones working for the county since graduation from law school. But in January, when Sam introduced us, I didn't worry about that, not realizing that I was in so much trouble. I honestly felt that the state's case against me wouldn't wash. The evidence was circumstantial, insubstantial. The charges could not stand up under the questioning, explanation, the clearing testimony that I felt would certainly emerge during the course of a trial. With the state's tunnel vision of my guilt, they are trying to put a noose around my neck. They had closed their eyes to any other suspect. Like an inept tailor, they patterned the case to fit me, but it would prove to be a size 48 suit draped on a size 38 frame. But the public, and its microcosm, the jury, had the same tunnel vision. I was guilty before the trial started. In January, another investigation was conducted, apart from the state or the defense. The Secret Service for the White House interrogated me after the Chicago Tribune, on January 21st, published a picture of me standing beside Rosalynn Carter, the president's wife. She had autographed the picture. To John Gacy, best wishes, Rosalynn Carter. The occasion was the reception of guests following the Polish Constitution Day parade and ceremonies. I had been the parade director for 3 years and coordinated the First Lady's movements from the time she arrived in Chicago until the end of the reception. The autographed picture was her way of expressing her appreciation. But the Secret Service was embarrassed that an ex-con could have gotten so close to their ward. I had become a person from the man who served 14 months in an Iowa jail, but that didn't lessen their embarrassment. Their purpose in visiting me in the Cook County Jail was only to caution me not to give any statement to any news service. Washington could handle the rest. Of course, by that time I could understand that they're not wanting me to come within a light year of the newsmakers. The picture had been in my home, prominently displayed since I had received it in September 1978. I had earned it, and I was proud of it. The police stole it and sold it. In the first 3 months, not much of our investigation was done. Sam was relying on what I was giving him, studying what the state had intended to use, comparing it with my versions. I was able to help by disproving the media stories, telling him where I was at the time the stories were written as taking place. Otherwise, not much ground was being covered. Sam and Bob were having to rely on friends in the public defender's office to track down the accusations. Several investigators they knew were volunteering their spare time, but were armed with sticks and stones in a modern-day battle. Our efforts were a far cry from what the state attorney's office could do with an army of police and special investigators, digging up everything they could find about me, and perverting it when it didn't fit the image they were palming off on the public. Finally, in April, Amirani, with limited funds, hired 2 investigators to work for him. There was enough research to be done, contradictions to be sorted, indefinite gray zones in the ledgers of law to be examined and re-examined. Enough work to tie up an entire legal firm. Don Bell and Mark White, not their real names, semi-private investigators, met with Amirani daily for assignments, They went out into the field to scrape the report back with scraps and bits of the puzzle which would vindicate me if it could be completed. Amirani introduced us. If the person they were checking out was known to me, I was to give them as much information as I could on his background, tell them where he might be found and who he associated with. In the beginning, we went through some of the old employees who had keys to the house at one time or another, and who, after being fired or quitting, would want to get even with me. Since I hadn't done much of the hiring or firing, there were only a few that I could name for them. Many of the leads and much of the information they were getting pointed to just two young men. The names of Mike Rossi and David Cram kept popping up. So they put tails on these two. Patterns began to develop from one of the two more than the other. But Amirani terminated the watch, saying that they were wasting time on it. It was my thinking that they were doing the right thing, showing that what I was saying would hold up. That recent leads had pointed to others rather than to me. He said he wasn't interested in proving a conspiracy or that others may have committed the murders. That would be no help in the insanity defense, which is what he had decided to proceed with. At times, I didn't know whose side he was on. I always thought a defense attorney was supposed to defend you, to try to prove you innocent. Amirani wanted to build a case on the basis that if I had done it, I was insane at the time. I told him he was insane. How the hell are you going to get 12 people to believe that I was insane 33 times and then went back to running a successful business? Hell, I couldn't believe that myself. He always gave me the same answer. Trust me, I know what I'm doing. This is the best way. We can win. While my ignorance is no excuse, I can see now that I should have been more insistent that things be done my way. I had told him time and time again that it was impossible for me to have killed all those people and not known something about it. He knew that I knew that others were responsible. Others who had the motives, the opportunity, the keys. When he tried to explain his defense strategy to me, he seemed to expect my gratitude. My suggestions were in vain. I was spouting pure common sense. My intuitions were superior to his, but he was obsessed with the idea that this was his case, and he was going to do it his way. He was adamant, stubborn. If someone disagreed with him, he got rid of him. Maybe that was one reason Stevens didn't last long. Finally, even Mata couldn't understand or support Amirani the way he wanted, and wrangling started. While the state was working harmoniously, there was discord in my camp. In July, he let the investigators go for lack of money and because of his disagreement with the direction they were taking. We had many arguments over that because I felt that they were my solitary hope for what we would sorely need in the trial. From July to November, just the two attorneys worked on my case, with some occasional help from Amirani's friend, an investigator dubbed Nick the Greek. All the time, the state, with its army of muckrackers, was plowing along, manufacturing whatever they needed, withholding from us whatever they could until the last minute. Later, I realized how chintzy their case was. Thus the reason for their clouding their progress. Amirani never was able to exert the legal force necessary to pressure them to comply with his demand for discovery of their information. There was no doubt that if we'd had more money in hand, a more competent defense could have been constructed. The state had all the money they needed, and by blocking my assets for Emirani's use, they had tied his hands. On November 7th, 1979, Emirani and Mata were appointed my counsel by the court with full back pay for the work they had done. In a separate order, Judge Garippo read, "The Public Defender's Office is appointed for limited purpose of providing investigatory support in the above entitled case, to be assigned to attorneys Emirani and Mata." Now, for the first time, a real team could start a full-scale investigation for me. Emirani told me that the order meant that he would have some 45 investigators assigned to him to work on the defense, and that they would be accountable only to him. It was a needed dose of optimism. I was looking upward, even though we were 11 months behind the state in our investigation. With Judge Garippo pushing for trial, we had to work at top speed. We had much ground to cover. We needed to talk to all the people the state had, and we were also faced with the task of interviewing 700 potential witnesses for the defense. People who had known me, who had come into contact with me over the last 6 years. During the time I was held at the Cook County Jail, I was isolated. A jail within a jail. I was protected from communication with anyone, including my family and friends. Emirani wanted to be sure that no one except for his staff could get any information from me. But by the same token, I had no way to get out any plea for help when I disagreed with Emirani. He was the only one who could approve people to be added to my visiting list. He brought the group leaders in to meet me so that I would know and remember who to talk to. They came from time to time to explain what they had found and get information from me, where they might find certain people they needed to talk to, what contact I'd had with them, and general information. Again, some of these investigators kept turning up things that pointed to someone else, or that could establish contact between certain employees of PDM and certain victims. Emirani wasn't interested in this information because it didn't fit precisely into the defense he was shaping. Some of our investigators were assigned to check out all the state's witness list, rehashing their statements, and then asking questions to see if they could get a different slant on the information. Another team interviewed prospective witnesses for the defense to see what information they had and determining its strength or validity. A third group was to check on people who claimed to have been attacked or approached by me. And many of those it was possible to learn that they could not have taken place. My records could account for my time and whereabouts when the attacks were supposed to have happened. For an example, one story claimed that while I was remodeling a warehouse building in Wheaton, Illinois, I had propositioned a subcontractor and then made forceful advances. The investigator found that neither PDM nor I had ever worked on a warehouse in Wheaton. During the time the story had me in Wheaton, I was actually in Brooklyn, New York for 2 weeks. Time and again, stories just as inaccurate as that made news. There were no preventative measures we could take. We had to check it all. It seemed a waste of time and manpower, but it had to be done. We couldn't afford to miss talking to someone who might have information quite different from that recorded by the state. But the state's investigators got the gravy part of the probe. They traveled to all the out-of-town and out-of-state places they wanted to check. Waterloo, Iowa, Clearwater, Florida, from Little Rock to Las Vegas. The people they talked to in those places hadn't seen me in years. What they could say about me, which could be of any use to the state, was beyond me. I guess it was a way for the investigators to enjoy spending the taxpayers' money, or else they were grasping at straws. Two areas of their investigation must have given them problems. One was having to check out all the phony news stories. The other was taking and evaluating statements of my current and former employees when they could be found. After the state talked to these men, it seemed that they were, in effect, told to disappear, being warned that if they spoke to our people, they might be netted into the trial hearings or even the trial itself. There were also numerous statements of subcontractors who had worked for PDM. Most of these amounted to nothing more than a brief statement that John Gacy was a firm but fair man to deal with, that his word as his bond when it came to following through on a job and getting payments to them for their work. We had little more than 2.5 months to do what the state had 13 months to do. Every insidious effort was made to stop us from getting that job done. Pertinent information was regularly withheld. Delays became status quo. We operated in semi-darkness. But my darkness was more profound than the rest of the team. I just couldn't understand Emirani's direction